Good morning. Welcome, everybody. New Mexico State Game Commission meeting in Red River, New Mexico. I now call this meeting to order. Director Sloan, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Salazar Hickey.
Present.
Commissioner Clemente.
Present.
Commissioner Witt.
Present.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Here.
Commissioner Pack.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Chair Stump.
Present.
We
And
have
I'd
a quorum.
I'd like to take a minute, excuse me, just to introduce our newest commission member, Dr. Christopher Witt. Welcome, Doctor. How about we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As is our custom, let's introduce all our guests. I'll start with the commissioners. We'll work through the commission and then around the room. How about we start with Commissioner Fulfer?
Glad everyone's here today. I'm Greg Fulfer. I'm from District 1 from Jown.
I'm Christopher Witt. It's an honor to be here to join the commission. I'm a professor at University of New Mexico, a biologist with wide-ranging expertise, especially in birds. And I'm here as an individual, not representing my employer, the University of New Mexico.
Terzi Lopez, District 3, Riva County, Cebolla, New Mexico.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners. And good morning, Commissioner Witt. It's nice to have you. Welcome. And welcome members of the public and all of those who are on stream. Typically, I just say, I live in Santa Fe County. I'm a commissioner with in the District 4. I'm a vice chair, but if it's okay, I'm just going to try and say in 25 words or less, don't count. As an introduction to you, this is the first time I'm getting to meet you. I am a native New Mexican. I had the privilege and honor of living in New Mexico since the 50s. And I am very honored and blessed to live and be in New Mexico. I've been the chair of the commission. I've been on the commission since 2020. And I now serve as the vice chair. It is an unbelievable honor to be on this commission, and I think you're going to love it. The people that come to the meeting have a passion, and they are all very respectful. They speak with their heart, but they speak with an expertise. And serving on the commission, I think it's important to listen and to actually be very fair-minded and look at everything before we make our decision. So I welcome you and thank you everybody for your patience with my 25 words or less.
Okay, that was definitely under 25 words. I'm Richard Stump, appointed at large. I live in between Santa Fe and Pecos, New Mexico, and I'm very honored to be here. And I appreciate all of you being here as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fernando Clemente. I am Commissioner at Large. I am from Sunland Park, New Mexico, the southern border, the southern city of New Mexico. And I want to welcome Dr. Witt to this commission. It's an honor for us to have you on this commission. And thank you for everyone for being here today. Thank you.
So I'm Dr. Sabrina Pack. I live in Silver City. I represent District 2, which is the southwest part of New Mexico. And I just want to welcome our newest commissioner and also thank all the public for being here today.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Sloan, Director of the Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. Stuart Lively, Chief of Wildlife, Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. My name is Paul Varela. I'm the Chief of Administrative Services for the department.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. My name is Joseph Miano. I'm the Budget Director for Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Jeremy Martin. I'm the department's general counsel.
Bot Nordstrom, Albuquerque.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. Tim Simbal. I'm the Colonel for Field Operations with Game and Fish.
Good morning, commission and the public. Lieutenant Sean Carroll, over revocations.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I am Tristana Carroll. I am the department's Chief of the Information and Education Division.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, I am Della Joyner, and I am the Public Information Specialist for New Mexico Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners. Joe Ray from Eagle Nest, Hollenbach Ranch.
Good morning, commissioners and the public. My name is Caitlin Hossey from Santa Fe, and I am here representing the Xerces Society.
Good morning, commissioners, everyone. Brian Bird, Defenders of Wildlife out of Santa Fe.
Good morning, commissioners, everybody. My name is Teresa Seamster. I'm with the Northern New Mexico Water Sentinels group from Sierra Club.
Good morning, everyone. Jenny Seamster. I'm the Assistant Chief for Technical Guidance over the Planning Section at New Mexico Department of Game and Fish and the lead on the State Wildlife Action Plan.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Ron Kellermuller from the Mexico Department of Game and Fish, the Mining and Energy Habitat Specialist.
Hi, good morning. John Hickey from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Morning, everybody. My name is Dave Pack. I'm a transportation specialist for Commissioner Pack.
Good morning. Josh McDonald from Albuquerque.
Chuck Frisky, Eagle Nest, New Mexico.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan. My name is Jesse Dubell. I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Darren Vaughn. I'm the Communications Director for New Mexico Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. I'm Lindsay Mesa, Application Developer at Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. I am Wheeler Brunschmidt, Assistant Chief of Information. And we currently have 2 members online who wish to introduce themselves. Brandon, you're allowed to talk at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. My name is Brandon Wynn. I live in Commissioner Witt's district, and I'm happy to have Commissioner Witt as my representative on the commission. Very happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And Mark, you're allowed to unmute yourself.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, members of the public. My name is Mark Matini. I am from Puwati Village, Laguna Pueblo. I'm the Northwest Regional Board member for the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And I also am a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for what will be called the Wildlife Department. And the work done there relates to fundings for habitat. I'm having some connection problems. I will keep trying to connect. If I miss anything, I will watch the video when it comes back. I do hope to have a chance to say a few things at item number 7 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Aaron Hunt, you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Hunt. I'm here representing Lobos of the Southwest and happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. There is a number on here without a name. I'm going to unmute you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to join by phone. I'm Mary Catherine Ray. I'm Wildlife Chair for the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, joining from a remote part of Socorro County where internet connection is pretty iffy. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Smith, you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, Chair Stump, members of the Commission, Director Sloan, and members of the public. My name is Chris Smith. I'm the Wildlife Program Director for Wild Earth Guardians. I wish I could be there today, but some family matters have me stuck in my hometown of Santa Fe, so I will follow along online. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Tom Patterson, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Tom Patterson from Luna, New Mexico, where we are burning up and hoping for monsoons. I serve as the president-elect of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association.
Thank you, Tom. Last one, Quinn, you can unmute yourself.
Good morning. Thank you to the chair and to the commission, and welcome to Dr. Witt on the commission. My name is Quinn Bain. I am the Species Survival Specialist of Invertebrates at the New Mexico Biopark Society based out of Albuquerque. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. That is all of the participants who wish to introduce themselves.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience here that has not been introduced? We're all good? Okay. Again, thank you for being here. Item number 5 is the approval of the agenda. Are there any questions, comments? I think we're going to swear in our newest commissioner.
Mr. Vice Chair, for the record, can we please amend the agenda? I think it requires a vote. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, yes, you'll have to vote to approve the agenda or a vote to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I would like to recommend that we revise the agenda to have a swearing in of our new commissioner prior to the consent agenda and immediately following this approval of the agenda. That's the only amendment that I have. That is my motion.
I second that motion.
Is there any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Commissioner Witt, would you please move to the table and sit next to or stand next to the Red River Deputy Municipal Clerk, and I thank Renee Martinez for attending with such short notice. And I think it's very important that we go through this presentation. Thank you.
As a commissioner
as a commissioner
of the New Mexico State Game Commission,
of the New Mexico State Game Commission,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the appointment as on which
I
I am about to enter
am about to enter
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Dr. Witt, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's a great honor to join this commission. I have great respect for my fellow commissioners. I join this with great humility, and I aim to be a productive and helpful member of the commission to achieve the goals of managing and protecting New Mexico's fish and wildlife to the best of our collective abilities. So thank you for having me, and I'm excited to join this task.
Thank you, Dr. Witt. Next item is the consent agenda. We have 3 items: the revised minutes from the January 10th meeting, the minutes from the April 25th meeting, and revocations. Is there any discussion? Consent agenda? Commissioner Lopez?
Revocation staff here available?
I believe they are. Revocation staff is here.
Morning, Colonel, Lieutenant, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I was reviewing your list of revocations this morning with you, Lieutenant, and I noticed there was a lot of violations regarding hunting in the wrong unit. Can you describe the one we were talking about regarding the Burro Mountains, I believe?
Yes, there are a couple. Would you like me to explain them all or just that one specific?
Two, that one for sure, and then one more, the one we talked about.
The one particular to the Burro Mountains is Harrison Smith. He was helping his son hunt deer. They were actually on Red Rock Road, but that morning they had hunted Castle Rock and Saddle Rock, which is part of the Burro Mountain hunt area. And so they had, in Unit 23, there's 2 types of tag, a Burro Mountain tag and a 23 excluding the Burro Mountains. They had a 23 excluding the Burro Mountains and were hunting within the Burro Mountain hunt area.
Okay. And the one we were discussing regarding the antelope.
The antelope, Toby Hewitt, it was actually a group of 3 individuals. The other 2 went through on the last commission meeting, but they're in Unit 56 near Capulan. Toby did have a license. They harvested 3 antelope. The tag was not notched, but attached to the antler. And he had removed the head and hide without the tag, or with the tag. It was wrapped around, and there's no edible portions removed from the field. So that's why the waste of game was there. His total points was right at 40 points, which is kind of the threshold to ask for enhanced or not. So we decided to recommend that 3-year revocation timeframe.
It was a first offense as well on that.
That was the first offense?
First offense,
okay. Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you all for what you're doing out there. I know you guys are busy this time of year, wrapping up from hunting season and court, and getting ready for fishing season now. So just a quick reference, everybody buy your license. It's cheaper to buy a license than pay a penalty assessment. Do you agree, Colonel?
Commissioner, I do agree.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, commissioners.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next item, excuse me. Next item is approval of the State Wildlife Action Plan. It's going to be a presentation by Chief Stuart Liley. Chief Liley, whenever you're ready.
Chairman, they have it, never mind, I just seen it came on, so. I didn't know if we had control of this screen or.
I don't think we do. Only looking at it.
Good morning, commissioners. So we're going to start off this morning with the approval of the State Wildlife Action Plan. And before I kind of begin, I'd like to thank Jenny Seamster within the department that did an amazing job on getting the work done to get this plan in front of you, working with an extremely amount of members of the public and working with constituents to revise this plan. So a little bit of background. State wildlife action plans are required in order to receive federal funding for state wildlife grants. It's really important to note that these are not regulatory documents. The State Wildlife Action Plan is not a regulatory document. It's revised every 10 years, and it provides for federal funding, like I said, for species of greatest conservation need. It also, with some of the new legislation that was passed this year and last year in the legislature, it allows for general fund funding on species of greatest conservation need. The state legislature called out the need for additional funds of species of greatest conservation need and put forth almost $6 million on an annual basis for the state to spend on species of greatest conservation need. Again, it's not a regulatory document. It's not intended to guide statute, rule, or policy. It is really a roadmap for us to work on species of greatest conservation need, work on conservation actions to maybe delist a federally listed species, work on those actions to prevent species from being listed. I'll use two examples on that, and that's the Rio Grande chub and Rio Grande sucker. They are currently listed as species of greatest conservation need. We've been using state wildlife grant money to fund the conservation of those species. And recently, the federal government decided not to list the species as endangered or threatened based on the conservation actions that we have taken. So it provides a roadmap for how conservation actions could potentially be undertaken within the state for the species that are under conservation need. There are 8 required elements that a state wildlife action plan needs to make according to the federal government. So you have to list your species of greatest conservation need. You actually have to spell out what those species are. And we'll get into a little bit more details on each of these key required elements in a minute. It also has to list the habitats, the key habitats for those species, the threats that those species face and the threats those habitats face, and the actions that could be done to conserve those species or their habitats, and a plan to monitor their habitats and the species, and that it needs to be reviewed and basically revised every 10 years. This will be our 3rd State Wildlife Action Plan. The last revision was completed in 2017. And then it also requires coordination of agencies and tribes that manage significant land areas within our state. And we'll kind of get to the public participation aspect and that coordination that we did in further detail. Once the swap is approved, we will turn it over to the federal government to get approval from them. But before then, they will also send that to a state within our region, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies region, to review to make sure we've met those 8 required elements. Given that this is a revision and we don't have massive changes to the document, we don't see any issues because our previous swaps, state wildlife action plans, have met those 8 key required elements. So just going into a little bit of comparison from our current state wildlife action plan to the state wildlife action plan in front of you today. There is a new chapter. We included a new chapter in the State Wildlife Action Plan on regional conservation. It recognizes the importance of working with other state wildlife agencies, adjoining the state of New Mexico on working on species of greatest conservation need that have cross-jurisdictional boundaries with other states, noticing that wildlife do not recognize sovereign boundaries or state boundaries, and working to conserve those species that are shared conservation need. You'll notice the new state wildlife action plan is significantly longer. Part of that is a lot of new material, on climate vulnerability for species. And also because the number of species increased, especially since we included pollinating insects in this state wildlife action plan, a lot more tables and charts that go through those species, etc. Again, comparing the current state wildlife action plan to the one in front of you today, the ecoregions that are described in the state wildlife action plans remain unchanged. There were 6 ecoregions within the state, ranging from kind of the higher Southern Rocky Mountains, kind of the eco range that we're in now, to the Chihuahuan Desert. So those ecoregions haven't changed, but we have seen just a slight change based off the U.S. National Vegetation Classification updates on the number of habitats. And that's just in a terrestrial habitat combining what used to be described as 2 different habitats into one. So you'll see it goes from 47 to 46, but the number of aquatic habitats at 8 aquatic described habitats throughout the state remains unchanged. You'll also see a significant increase in the number of species of greatest conservation need. We'll get into that in more detail here in a minute of what that is. Again, the majority of that's going to be pollinating insects. It's also to recognize that the threats described in the State Wildlife Action Plan are the same threats that are in the current action plan. Those remain unchanged. The 10 categorical threats that we recognize today remain unchanged in this draft State Wildlife Action Plan. It mainly updates those threats based off of new information and new data that has come about. Those threats also, for the majority, are anthropogenic and are mainly human-caused threats across, whether it be residential development to solar or wind development. It's mainly threats driven by humans. And you'll notice also, too, we include 13 more conservation actions. And that is to address multiple threats and trying to work through what other actions could be potentially undertaken. Again, these are not mandated actions. They're actions that, if undertaken, it might help save a species. It might help get a species off an endangered species list or prevent it. So it lists conservation actions that, if undertaken, may help with the conservation of those species. So in the revision, there was kind of the key task, if you recall, the 8 kind of required elements. We did review and revise the selection criteria for how we selected species of greatest conservation need. Again, I'll get into that in a lot more detail in a bit. It updated the list, and we really did another aspect too of kind of binning or categorizing where those species fall into 4 different categories, which I'll discuss in more depth in a minute. And the biggest, again, is adding pollinating insects into the species of greatest conservation need. As I discussed, we updated the key habitats. Overall, ecoregions didn't change, but some of those macro grouping descriptions did change, some based off of new information. In the threats section, as I said, the 10 categorical threats remained unchanged, but the specifics in the threats to account for emerging threats or threats with increasing impacts or stressors were updated in this document based off of new research or new activities on the ground. As you see, maybe transmission and solar, et cetera, going at a much larger scale now than it was 10 years ago, it increases the threats to some of these species that we work on. So we updated the threats and habitats and the threats to species of greatest conservation need in the tables and appendices, and included case studies on climate refugia. So a big thing that we did within the State Wildlife Action Plan is updated the threat of climate change and looked at where refugia could potentially exist for some of these species as we see a much drier, warmer kind of seasons, some of the mega droughts that we're seeing, and how we could potentially moderate that with some of these species of greatest conservation need. We also worked on the actions to conserve SGC and their habitat, including updating the best management practices based off of new research and information. And again, a greater emphasis placed on climate change adaptation and how species may be able to adapt to that, and then pollinator conservation. And then as moving down the required elements, we did update the species of greatest conservation need monitoring table as required. And then most likely we will be, or someone will be, and we'll see if I'll still be here, in 10 years, someone will be updating and revising the State Wildlife Action Plan. So again, it's a 10-year document. Every 10 years will be updated and approved. One of the big things that we did do, and I think it's important, is we had a core team that really reviewed the swap material. The core team, and I'll show a slide of all the core team members, but we held 5 core team meetings starting almost 2 years ago, from December of 23 to February 25. You all, the majority of you heard from me about a year ago on the update to the State Wildlife Action Plan and the progress we were making. Since that time, we did hold 2 more core meetings to discuss new material. The core team did review the species of greatest conservation list, the threats chapter, the climate change chapter, the conservation action chapter, the monitoring table, and the regional chapter. So the core team received all that material ahead of public review and ahead of that public comment period they had. And we did make changes to those chapters and material based upon input from core team members prior to this document going out to public review. So it was reviewed by a significant amount of people. Again, I'll get to the numbers and the groups in a second, prior to even the going out to the public. Again, the core team reviewed all the key components of the State Wildlife Action Plan and made comments to help enhance the document prior to going to public comment. So the core team's purpose really is, and who it consists of, is agencies with significant management authority over lands or wildlife, and it's required as an element of swap revisions from the Fish and Wildlife Service. We had ongoing dialogue with individuals and organizations with relevant expertise or interest in state wildlife action plans or species of greatest conservation need. And again, we received input all along the way, improving the document prior to going out to public comment. The core team consisted of 32 different organizations and right at 50 individuals participating within that. So I won't read through all the core team members, but if you could take a look here to see all the different entities that were invited to participate on the core team in the swap development. So just pause for a second while you take a look. We also, as a component of the State Wildlife Action Plans and a requirement, we did formal tribal consultation with the tribes. You'll see all the tribes that had an interest in the State Wildlife Action Plan. They're listed here. During that process of formal tribal consultation, information was added in the State Wildlife Action Plan based on the input from the tribal consultation. So there is a section in the State Wildlife Action Plan that discusses indigenous knowledge, et cetera. That came directly through our formal consultations with the tribes and requests from. So I want to kind of summarize the public comments that we did receive. We received 187 public comments on this document. So if you look at some of the other rules that you all make or different actions you take in terms of public comment, this received a significant amount of public comment compared to some of those. Kind of broken down, those numbers do not add up because someone might have commented in multiple places. What it is, we had 155 comments in support, just blanket that, just support the document as written and maybe nothing else. We also had some comments that maybe said a support of the State Wildlife Action Plan, but asked the department to do more. Include, for example, include plants in the State Wildlife Action Plan. We don't have authority over plants, so we didn't do it, or include all insects in there. And so we took into account some of those comments. And we did make some changes, some minor tweaks and changes I'll get into a second in that plan based off these comments. We did have 4 comments that were just incomplete or really didn't have comments that dealt with the swap. It was more on hunting related comments, et cetera. So it was commenting on something that had nothing to necessarily do with the swap. And then we did have 4 comments in concern about the swap, and mainly those comments were concerned on how the swap could potentially be used as a regulatory document. And we really went and tried hard to get at the fact that this is not a regulatory document. In fact, based off of some of those comments, we did add language to address that, and the specific language that we added. So Wildlife Action Plan in the very beginning said this is not a regulatory document, it is a planning document. But we added a statement that's in quote, this is not intended to guide statute, rule, or policy development. So it really is a clarity that this is our Wildlife Action Plan. It is how we are trying to conserve species on the ground, what we're trying to do. It is not intended, the intended use is not to be a regulatory or used by other agencies or persons to create rule, statute, or policy. Kind of the summary of the comments broken down by themes, you'll see there was the main themes on there where it's just a support for the swap and its context. That was the majority of those comments. You also saw some comments on requests to protect certain taxa of SGCN, for example, like more insects or plants, or certain taxa that we felt was not appropriate on there, that we didn't think it was met the criteria of species of greatest conservation need. And then we saw comments for support of certain swap related activities, some of the conservation actions, et cetera. And then we did receive some comments on requests to highlight specific topics in the swap. And for example, we made some minor tweaks to the language to recognize that. And any of the comments that we made tweaks to the State Wildlife Action Plans were really clarifying language tweaks to the document. It wasn't changing the overall arching guide of the document or the messaging of the document. It was more clarity. So for example, on request to highlight specific topics in the swap, we had an individual requesting that we highlight the importance of conservation actions currently being conducted on private land. And so we did include that in there as a sentence. And then we also had comments that wanted us to highlight the role that urban areas can play in the conservation of species of greatest conservation need, for example, on pollinating insects and planting in urban areas, and using different species of plants can help those pollinating insects. And then we did have some requests to add information into the swap, and we did account for one of these, and that was a specific comment related to airstrikes of birds, really, and asked to include regional and state specific data instead of just national data. And so we were able to get the state data for that to improve the actual what airstrike data on birds is in New Mexico versus a kind of a regional or national wide. And so again, more clarifying. And then we also try to address some of the concerns that was raised, such as the use of expert opinion. So there was concerns over, we used expert opinion in this document. Most documents are going to use expert opinion, but we added a clarifying explanation on that, and I'll in quotes, we use expert opinion when relevant data had not yet been published. So if it was an unpublished study, but we had to weigh in on it, we used expert opinion at that time. Anytime there's a new publication, and in the state wildlife action plans, when we update, revise that, obviously we will use the citations on any published data. But a lot of biology, a lot of what we do is based upon our biologists and their expert opinions. It may not be published in a document at some time. Our biologists that work on these, we consider as expert opinions on that. So overall, the vast majority of the public comments, as I said, were very much in support of the State Wildlife Action Plan, commenting the process that was done and the time that we allowed, and participation from core team members of the SWAP was very complimentary of it. And again, from the comments we received, we made minor revisions to more get at clarity of the intent of the document, but not any kind of revisions that change the overall scope of the document. So some of the key revision tasks that we undertook that are not required elements of the State Wildlife Action Plan, but we really thought it was important into this, is looking at riparian conservation areas. Riparian areas in the state of New Mexico hold a disproportionately high amount of state species of greatest conservation need. As you all know, we're a fairly dry state, and these riparian areas serve as great refuges for whether it be birds or insects or fish or small mammals. And so trying to look at where those areas are on the state and where conservation actions potentially can take place. Again, all conservation actions are voluntary, and we recognize the importance of the voluntary conservation actions that could be undertaken, especially on some of those private lands. As I mentioned before, we also undertook a regional chapter that looked at our shared species of greatest conservation need species with our adjoining states to figure out what species can we work on a regional basis to help improve their status. And then we also looked at, because of climate change threat to many of our species of greatest conservation need, we looked at climate change refuges within the state where we could work in conservation areas to help improve the potential status of it. So looking specifically at the selection criteria for our species of greatest conservation need, we looked at 7 factors to see if a species fell within it. So for example, climate change vulnerability. If a species that was less likely to be able to acclimate to changing climatic conditions, it was included as a species of greatest conservation need. Or a decline, if a species that was either currently experiencing decline or has historically experienced a sharp decline in the population or numbers. Or a disjunct, which would be a species that has populations that are geographically isolated from other populations of the same species and are thereby disproportionately susceptible to local decline or extinction. And then 4 endemic species those are those species that are just limited to the state of New Mexico. Our keystone species were the species that may contribute more to ecosystem conservation or biological diversity through their impacts on other species than expected based on their relative abundance. And their loss is likely to lead to a reduction in species diversity or change in community structure or dynamics. Vulnerable species were those which some aspect of their life history and ecology makes them disproportionately susceptible to decline within the next 10 years. Factors include, but are not limited to, concentration to small areas during migration or hibernation, low reproductive rates, or susceptibility to disease, habitat loss, wildfire, or anthropogenic overexploitation. And then finally, core range is New Mexico represents a substantial portion of the species range and is found in multiple counties within New Mexico, or New Mexico represents approximately 10% or more of the species' entire range. So I mentioned kind of something we did new in this state wildlife action plan from the current one is we categorized our species into these 4 different categories, trying to really spell out where we think these species fall into. And for example, our current focal species are those species for which, based on their status, population trends, or other factors, the department is currently either implementing conservation actions, including active monitoring, or anticipating the need for conservation work within the next 10 years. The department recognizes the importance of these species and other SGCN categories and will shift focus as species and new information arises. And then our conservation impact species are those that where conservation actions taken in New Mexico is likely to have a substantial positive outcome for the species and their associated ecosystems. This may include endemic or geographically restricted species and habitat specialists that utilize specific patches of habitat that are either narrowly distributed or highly disjunct. This category may also include species that are impacted by threats that can be more readily addressed, or resident species that carry out their full life cycle in New Mexico. So it's really ones where New Mexico can make a big impact on the species as a whole population across the region. And then data needs species, and you'll see this is where the majority of the species fall into. This category includes species for which the primary conservation need is to obtain additional biological data and information. More data are needed to understand the current status and ecology of these species within New Mexico and or their range wide, and identify species conservation needs and actions. Implementing new or updating outdated surveys or monitoring efforts will be especially beneficial for these species. And I think this is an important one to look at is when we start seeing listing decisions or petitions for listing from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, if we don't have data on those species, it's hard for us to even say what the status is. It's hard to work through the species status assessments that happen when a listing decision is made. So as I mentioned on like the Rio Grande chub and Rio Grande sucker, it was kind of a data need species at one point in time. The data we were able to collect on that precluded the need to list because the status of those species were better than just not knowing. And that's the problem with a lot of species. New Mexico is the 5th most biologically diverse state of any state in the nation, and we have a lot of species, and trying to get at understanding all of them is a task. And the legislature recognized that this year. They passed a bill that provided, like I said, almost $6 million of funding for species of greatest conservation need work. The department just advertised 8 positions to work on species of greatest conservation need. A lot of their work is going to be trying to either on our current focal species, trying to get them in a better status, or on our data need species to try to understand what's actually going on with them. And then finally, our last category is our limited conservation opportunity species. Those are species that have documented conservation need, but the potential for conservation actions taken in New Mexico have much less impact on the species as a whole. It mainly is those species that might be rarely in New Mexico, migratory species that do come here every once in a while, but overall the main population, they don't breed here or winter here or summer here, but maybe stop over here. And actions taken for those species just are not going to have a population level impact if we undertake them. So looking at the species, here's a comparison between the current state wildlife action plan and the draft action plan of the species themselves, kind of grouping by the taxonomic group. You'll see the majority of the increase in species, again, is in pollinating insects, followed by birds, then mollusks, and then mammals. And so birds over the last 10 years have seen some steep declines. They've seen historic declines over the last 30 years, and that's why you see kind of an increase in that bird section. Again, the majority, almost 35% of the increase of the species and greatest conservation need is through pollinating insects. New Mexico has seen some listing decisions from the Fish and Wildlife Service recently on insects and some of those pollinating insects. And trying to get a better conservation handle on that, I think, can help improve their status and hopefully prevent listings in the future. And then looking at the categorization that I described a minute ago, you could see where we lumped those species based on what we know. And you'll see As I stated, the majority of those species are in data needs. And our hope is to have these new people on board and move some of those species around. Some of those species might come off and be proposed to come off from species that are created as conservation need as we learn more information about them. Or it might, in the new revised state wildlife action plan, put them into a focal species or a conservation impact species. But just trying to learn a lot about these species, now having the funding and the ability and capacity to do that should help improve conservation status of animals that we know need the need, and also our understanding of species across New Mexico, where they actually fall on the spectrum of conservation need. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Lively. That was a lot of work to put that together. Appreciate that. Is there any public comment, actually?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we do have 2 hands raised and other members who emailed in.
Do we have anyone online?
Currently online, yes, Mr. Chair.
Let's start with them.
Mark, you can unmute yourself. You're given 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think I'll make 3 minutes. I only have 2 things to say. The first one is that I went through the 400 pages from 10 years ago and the 778 this year. I didn't read everything, but I scanned everything and read a lot. I was very impressed with the quality of the work that was done here. And one of the important things, I think, is for people to know about what the department is doing. I remember, for example, one meeting I was in that Mike Sloan was leading, when we had some people who would be called, in quotes, Greens, who really seemed to think that all the money was spending related to licensing for hunting and fishing and so forth. Most of the money does come from that, of course, but what the department does is enormous. I think it's important. And that takes me to my second point, which is I think this offers a tool, or more like a whole lot of tools, for advocacy, for talking about what needs to happen. One hates to bring it up, but we know things are going to change over the next couple of years in terms of forests, in terms of streams, in terms of wildlife, and so forth. Funding is going to be a big problem. So I just want to encourage us, when I presented this material to our board, the state board for backcountry hunters and anglers, people were really surprised about the quality of the things that we're talking about and what the meaning might be. I think we can find the same with a lot of other people. So to look at this as a potential for advocacy, I think is very important at this point. And thank you for doing so much wonderful work. And I think that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mattini. Anyone else online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Let me start this over again. Brandon Wynn, you're allowed to unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to talk.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. Can I be heard? Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so what this swap, what it reminds me of is I have a collection of New Mexico at statehood for like 30 or 40 years would issue a game warden's report to the legislature and the governor every year. And what it was is an inventory. And I have the first copy, the first edition was for the years 1910, 1911, before we were even a state. And so it was prepared while we were territory. So while we were territory, we felt that the wildlife of the state was worth inventorying. And that's what it was. It was an inventory. It said, here's the status of the wildlife. And you read that 1910 and the 1911 report, and then for the next 6 or 7 reports, 8, 9 reports, the wildlife, the big game especially, was kind of non-existent. And so this swap, I've looked at it. I haven't read it. It's 700 and something pages. But I looked at it for like 5 or 6 hours. And what I really noticed about the report and was really happy about the report and proud of the game department biologists and all the core group that put it together was the quality of the report. It's really an outstanding document. It's, I've read a lot of different wildlife documents, academic stuff and everything, and this is top flight, and it's written, with hard science in it, but in a way that idiots like me can understand it. And I think it's important for people, for the commission, when you vote on this, to recognize one of the first things that Chief Lively said was that this is not a regulatory document. This is an inventory. And it's something we've been doing in New Mexico for since statehood, before statehood. And it's really well done, and it gets federal money to cover these species of greatest conservation need, to study them. And like one of the things that sticks out that Stuart said was that they need more data to head off endangered species designations from the federal level. So what this document does is it gives New Mexico the ability to head off non-voluntary measures implemented by the federal government. And I think that ranchers and the public should be for that. And I think the commission should just pass this document. It's really innocuous from a regulatory standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Anyone else online? Wheeler?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 7 more hands raised
Online?
online.
Okay.
Nina, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nina Edelman, Chief Wildlife Program and Policy Officer for Animal Protection New Mexico. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today in support of the State Wildlife Action Plan. As you've heard from the really good presentation, the plan demonstrates a deep understanding of the connection between land health, biodiversity, and community involvement, and its review and revision included input from diverse entities, including state, federal, and tribal agencies, universities, nonprofits, and others. APNM is particularly glad to see the inclusion of pollinating insects in the plan for the first time, recognizing their critical role in the viability of our ecosystems, and we applaud the inclusion of the 302 data need species to be proactively researched to preserve them before they become endangered. We also provided a written comment about the plan, emphasizing the importance of keystone species such as beavers and requesting the prioritization of their reintroduction efforts to foster the resilience of our riparian areas and increase water availability for both people and wildlife. This is increasingly important as our state continues to face threats from droughts, wildfires, pollution, and habitat fragmentation. We believe this plan represents a vital update toward protecting New Mexico's extraordinary biodiversity and ensuring healthy ecosystems across the state. The approval of this plan is necessary to secure federal funding for this necessary work. We therefore urge you to vote in favor of the proposed State Wildlife Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have 6 more hands raised online.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mary Catherine Ray, you are allowed to unmute.
Hello. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Mary Catherine Ray. I'm the Wildlife Chair for the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, and we very much urge that you approve the State Wildlife Action Plan. On a personal note, and one example, we live in a remote part of Socorro County that we love for its beauty and diverse wildlife. Pinon jays, with their not exactly melodic but iconic calls, just sound like home to me. But these birds are in trouble, and rightly are included on the list of species of greatest conservation need. The pinon jay is a keystone species. They disperse pinon seeds by caching them in the ground. Those they don't eat regenerate the pinon forest. The trees depend on this bird. Other vulnerable species that depend on the pinon forest and thus on the pinon jay also include the juniper titmouse and gray vireo. The number of animals, birds, and reptiles that use this habitat is extensive. Aldo Leopold wrote that the first sign of intelligent tinkering is to keep all the pieces. Sierra Club founder John Muir expressed much the same sentiment when he wrote, "When one tugs at a single thing in nature, he finds it attached to the rest of the world." The Wildlife Action Plan is a guide to help us see those connections, to conserve them, to ensure that future generations can enjoy the same wildlife we do, and that the pinon forests will never go silent of pinon jay calls and disappear. So again, we urge your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we still have 5 more hands raised online.
Go ahead.
Okay. Christopher Smith, you can unmute.
Hello again, Chair Stump, members of the commission, and Director Sloan, and welcome to Commissioner Witt. I'm looking forward to working with you. I'll try to keep my comments brief here. Again, I'm Chris Smith. I'm the Wildlife Program Director for Wild Earth Guardians out of my hometown here in Santa Fe. I'm here on behalf of our several thousand members and supporters across New Mexico who care deeply about the future of wildlife and biodiversity in our state. I participated as a core member of the SWAP review team, but the fact of the matter is that there was so much expertise within that group that you assembled that I had very little to contribute. The level of knowledge was really impressive, and it's heartening that New Mexico has the kind of brain trust to help study, manage, and conserve biodiversity moving forward. The investment in that process from scientists, land managers, and other experts was really, really impressive, and Ms. Seamster ran a very comprehensive process that ensured significant input and dialogue among members of that team. So this document is a great resource that reflects that process and that input. It should help track, study, and ensure that New Mexico's wildlife continues to survive and thrive despite the threats that we are facing. So I congratulate the department on the document, and I urge the commission to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have 4 more hands raised online. And Jonathan Hayes, you can unmute.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan. My name is John Hayes, calling in from my home in Placitas. I'm the Executive Director for Audubon Southwest, the regional office of the National Audubon Society. I oversee our operations in New Mexico and Arizona, which includes 2 nature centers, a research ranch, 25 staff, and around 40,000 members who all care deeply about birds and wildlife in the Southwest. I'm also a trained wildlife biologist myself and served as a member of the SWAP Revision Core team that was so ably led by Ginny Seamster. I'd like to thank Ginny, Director Sloan, Chief Liley, and the rest of the staff who contributed to that process. I've been involved in a number of these SWAP revisions in different states over the years, and in my experience, I have not seen one ran in such an open and inclusive manner as this one. The care the team took to gather ample data and facts to provide to the core team, and the time they took to consider and address all the comments and suggestions they received was really quite impressive. This was truly a science-led process with expertise coming from across taxa and sectors. The core team and staff should be proud of the final product and the direction it will point the agency in the coming years. To those that may oppose the adoption of this revision, allow me to reiterate a point made by Chief Liley. The State Wildlife Action Plan carries no regulatory authority. It's simply a list of species and places most in need of conservation in the state. Having the plan in place makes New Mexico eligible for federal state wildlife grant funds. That's it. Including pollinators and other invertebrates does not change their legal status in any way. This is not the state's threatened species list, which is governed by a different process and requires a game commission vote to change. The SWAP has no relation to federal threatened and endangered species listing decisions, which are carried out at the federal level by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. If anything, the SWAP will help keep species off that list. The potential for this to lead to any new regulations or restrictions on what a landowner can do on their property simply does not exist. Ranchers and other private landowners manage the majority of wildlife habitat in the state. They need their support. They need our support in their work to steward these vital resources. This plan will do just that. For that reason, Audubon Southwest eagerly endorses the swap revision, and we encourage the commission to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan Hayes.
Mr. Chair, we have 3 more members with their hands raised online. Tom Patterson, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Tom Patterson, President-elect New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. Cattle Growers appreciates the work that has gone into this project and the courtesy with which Dr. Seamster has always treated us. We are concerned, however, about the source of data used to double the number of species of greatest conservation need and the impact the swap will in fact have on land management agency rules and regulations. During the last legislative session, we heard repeatedly, as I recall, that the department had only one ornithologist. Is that person responsible for the birds on the swap? Or have you taken your guidance from advocacy organizations whose interest presumably is to have as many species on the list as possible? If the latter, we really have no assurance that this document is based on credible science. The second concern is with the implications of this report on land management agencies such as the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. We raised this issue in our public comments as well as in our reply to the department's response to our comments. Our experience is that it does. Asserting that it does not impact Forest Service or BLM, for example, regulatory actions, seems surprisingly naive. Given the representations we've also had from the department this year that all cattle should be removed from the forest, we are very apprehensive of the agenda the department has concerning livestock use on public lands and how the swap may be used to further that agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Patterson.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 more members online with their hands raised. Simon, you're allowed to unmute.
Hello, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Witt. My name is Simon Dineski at the Museum of Southwestern Biology. I just want to thank the department and thank Ginny for all the hard work and science that went into this document, and especially for the addition of pollinating insects and the data needs list. I think that the data needs list is an essential step in keeping wildlife in the state off the Endangered Species Act and preemptively conserving them before they're at dire risk of extinction. And I thank the department for recognizing the importance of pollinating insects in the state. As much as 1/3 of all crops are pollinated by insects and 3/4 of all wild flowering plants, which makes them keystone species in the state. And we're already seeing declines, especially in butterfly populations. So I thank the department for their step ahead on this swap and urge the commission to approve it.
Thank you, Simon Dineski.
Last one, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Quinn, you're allowed to unmute.
Hello, thank you again to the commission. As I introduced myself earlier, I'm a species survival specialist of invertebrates, and I work for the New Mexico Biopark Society. I want to speak in support of the approval of the swap in its current form today, and I'm going to especially address any concerns about adding pollinated.
Is that it, Wheeler?
That is all at this time, Mr. Chair.
Let's go to the audience here. Let's start with Dan Roper. Please.
Over here. I'll save that one for another day. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, Dan Roper with Trout Unlimited. Glad to be with you here this morning. I'll be with you most of the day. I hope to make a comment later in the day during the general public comment portion of the agenda. There is not much that remains to be said, in my opinion, in support of the swap. I think Chief Lively did a great job, as well as other commenters. I will mention just a couple of things important to us, and that's the inclusion of aquatic species, the emphasis on riparian habitat, and also the acknowledgement of water management as a species conservation tool. I think over the life of the swap, it's going to be increasingly important for the department to engage more in decisions about how water and where water is used in this state. I will also just mention, it's been mentioned before, just the importance of proactive conservation. In addition to Rio Grande chub and sucker mentioned by Chief Lively, Rio Grande cutthroat trout were another species that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service found in the fall was not warranted for a listing. That is entirely due to the work of New Mexico Game and Fish and other partners like Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the U.S. Forest Service, in doing the kind of proactive conservation work envisioned in the swap for more species. You have more resources to do that work these days through the Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund, through the recent $10 million appropriation to support non-game species in North American beaver. This is really a new era, I think, for wildlife conservation in New Mexico, also with the passage of Senate Bill 5. And I think the swap is well timed to move that work forward. The last thing I'll mention, there has been, I think you heard one comment and concern about the number of species listed in the swap. We actually think that's okay. I think it just means we have a lot of work we need to do in the years ahead. But also, if you keep in mind that the work we do to conserve species, to conserve habitat, to invest in good data, to restore habitat, those projects benefit species up and down the list. So projects that the department undertakes, they're not limited to a single species often. It benefits biodiversity across the board. So with that said, we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan Roper. Next, Brian Bird.
Mr. Chairman, Director, members of the Commission, my name is Brian Bird. I am the Southwest Director for Defenders of Wildlife, based out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, where I live. And I'm here obviously to support the swap revision. And I just want to say a couple things. A lot has been said already, so we want to keep this brief. I participated in the 2017 revision. I also was on the core working group of this revision. And I want to just really commend Assistant Chief Seamster, Chief Lively, Director Sloan. This process was far more transparent and open than the last time this was done. It has also been more transparent and open and inclusive than any other really state level process I've been involved in. We started the meetings for the working group 2 years ago, as was stated by Chief Lively. There were 50 individuals in 5 different meetings over the 2 years. And it was just, I think, again, the amount of public input you have been able to receive on this is pretty impressive. I feel very good about that, and I think you should too. I also just want to once again emphasize this is non-regulatory. I don't know how it could have any particular impact on other federal agencies other than trying to prevent the listing of wildlife and plants on the endangered species list. So thank you again, and I encourage you to go ahead and vote in favor today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian Bird. Next is Caitlin Hayes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Caitlin Hasse, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation. Xerces is an international nonprofit organization dedicated to the conservation of wildlife as invertebrates and their habitat. I am a pollinator conservation specialist for the Southwest region with Xerces, and I work to support landowners and managers in creating and improving pollinator habitat in a variety of different landscapes, from rural to urban to private lands and public lands, agricultural and natural spaces. And I am excited to report that I was also part of the core team working group along with another Xerces colleague, and want to echo everyone's delight at how well Jenny Seamster was leading that working group. It was truly one of the best professional working groups I've been part of, and want to thank the department and Director Sloan for their work to make this plan very transparent, a collaborative and thorough process. And I want to also commend them for including pollinating insects in this plan. This is a really underrepresented group of wildlife in most conservation organizations and working agencies. So I want to highlight the importance of these animals in our ecological systems. And just in my outreach and education efforts throughout the state, where I've met with thousands of New Mexicans over the past 5 years, people really do see insects as wildlife and find them very valuable and want to see them be protected by state agencies. And I also want to say that this plan itself is a really invaluable resource for other conservation practitioners like myself and for the department. So with that, I urge you to pass this 2025 swap today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Caitlin Haas. Next up, Jesse Dubell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Jesse Dubell, Executive Director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. While I didn't serve on the core working group of the State Wildlife Action Plan, I did follow the work closely and participate throughout the process, providing input to Ms. Seamster. And as others have already said, her professionalism and attentiveness was very, very impressive. Her responses were on time. Her explanations were very thorough. And I felt like the needs and requests of our membership were taken very, very seriously, and that feedback was implemented into this final plan. We are very, very supportive of the draft that's in front of you today, and we're looking forward to seeing that adopted by this commission. I'll also say that the New Mexico Wildlife Federation for the last 5 years hosts an event the second Wednesday of every month. That's called Wildlife Wednesday. We do it in Albuquerque. It's a free event. It's from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Marble Brewing Northeast Tap Room on Montgomery and Eubank. And 2 days ago, that was our June event, Ms. Seamster was our guest speaker. And what she did was she presented the swap plan to a group of interested members of the public, to the audience. And the feedback that I received from that entire group was unbelievable, overwhelmingly positive. People really, really appreciate the work that went into this. People appreciate this plan, and we look forward to seeing it adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesse DeBell. Next up, Garrett Van Clausen.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the commission, and welcome Commissioner Witt to the team. I'm Garrett Van Clausen with New Mexico Wild. New Mexico hosts approximately 6,000 documented species of native fish and wildlife that occupy our vast deserts, grasslands, forests, alpine tundra, and riparian and aquatic environments. This rich wildlife heritage gives rise to a heightened responsibility for thoughtful stewardship. The updated SWAP provides a critical framework to help us, this soon-to-be Department of Wildlife, meet that responsibility. SWAP incorporates the best available science and diverse subject matter expertise, and it provides an accessible high-level overview of the status of species and their habitats across New Mexico. SWAP sets forth a conservation blueprint that will facilitate the department's work to prevent the decline of imperiled species and support viable populations of New Mexico's 505 species of greatest conservation need. The SWAP also provides tools for agency stakeholders and partners. For example, the SWAP identifies conservation opportunity access to assist both the department and others, including non-governmental organizations, to focus on wildlife and habitat restoration efforts in locations that will address New Mexico's most critical wildlife needs. Additionally, the swap qualifies New Mexico for critical federal funding, including state wildlife grants. Unfortunately, the continued availability of federal funding for species conservation is uncertain, making the state's role in wildlife conservation even more important. Fortunately, New Mexico is rising to meet this challenge. In the 2025 legislative session, the New Mexico legislature passed Senate Bill 5, which enacts a holistic wildlife stewardship model and appropriated $9 million for implementation. These state commitments to wildlife and SGN stewardship build upon reoccurring funding from the Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund. These measures, along with the updated programmatic swap, will go a long way towards ensuring New Mexico's non-game wildlife thrive well into the future. New Mexicans have consistently demonstrated their overwhelming support for protecting our state's wildlife, including non-game species and pollinators, as an irreplaceable and vital resource. We applaud the department for considering the conservation value of non-crustacean arthropods, especially the important ecological role of pollinating insects. New Mexico Wild is proud to have participated as a member of the department's core team to update the revised swap. We commend the department staff for conducting a timely, professional, and incredibly inclusive swap. We especially thank Jenny Seamster and her entire team for the outstanding work that they have done. Approval of the swap will prevent New Mexico's diversity of wildlife species from declining and will keep our rare, imperiled, and keystone species healthy for current and future generations of New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, everybody, for all your input. Commissioners, would anybody have any input or questions? Commissioner Peck.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to congratulate the work that's been done here. I think that it's been amazing. Last summer, I had the opportunity, I attended one of the public meetings, and I saw the great work that was in process then. I do have a couple of questions, so I'll get to those in a second. But at that meeting, I can remember advocates for snake preservation and National Park Service, talked about New Mexico Wild, Wildlife for All, U.S. Forest Service, Wild Earth Guardians, New Mexico Wildlife Federation, and Defenders of Wildlife. I've written comments down happening in that meeting, and I appreciated all that was going on at that meeting and knew that it was going to lead to probably a very good plan. So just thank everyone who's participated. I also want to thank, I think the commissioners would probably agree with me, we received a lot of emails recently, and it's really important that we get those emails so we know what the opinions are. So just some things that stood out: Animal Protection of New Mexico and Animal Protection Voters had emailed us, New Mexico categories, a group of concerned etymologists and scientists from UNM, and we had the Sierra Club, Defenders of Wildlife, New Mexico Bio Society, even I think yesterday. Anyways, many others. I commend that because it takes that to put this kind of work together. So I do have, my question comes, and I talked to Mrs. Seamster, Dr. Seamster earlier. We had public comment close on Monday, and I know that you mentioned, Chief Wiley, that I believe you said that you've been through all those comments now since the ones that closed. I just want to make one of my concerns is making sure that everybody who had public comment, even the last here, had been considered. And if they were considered, and if it changed the plan anyway, what were those changes?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack. So yes, we took into consideration every public comment, and we took into consideration, I would consider the core team and the public meetings public comment too. And we adjusted the plan, revised it in some up to the point of when it was officially 30-day comment period. And then during the 30-day comment period, we received, like I said, 187 comments. Most of those comments were just, we support the plan. There were some substantive comments. Any of those comments where we felt like we need to make clarifying statements. And that's really where we went into, was clarifying statements. For example, like I gave on its non-regulatory document, shouldn't be used for statute, shouldn't be used for policy making. We made that change, minor change into the document, emailed back that commenter and showed them what the change was as well. And so anyone that had specific asks that we felt was a good addition to the document, that made it stronger and clarified it, we made that change and immediately went back to the person that made the comment and showed them what the change in language was to make sure it addressed that comment. Some of them were very appreciative. For example, the information on New Mexico bird strike data specific came from a public comment that we took that information. They didn't, the concern was using the national data, didn't get at the picture of what's going on in New Mexico and the impacts to New Mexico birds. So we took the data and were able to find the data for New Mexico specific, put it into the document to further enhance it. It didn't strip any of the national data, and then went back out to the commenter. That commenter then appreciated the input. So again, nothing in the comments changed the substance of the state wildlife action plan, the direction of the state action plan. It was almost all clarifying. We made about 25 of those, and we went back out to every entity that had specific questions, concerns, or comments and showed them exactly what that change was.
Good to know. So of you said there's 25 revisions to the one that the plan that we've seen then.
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Pack, correct. And very minor. Some of them are like even adding a citation, a new citation that someone commented like, hey, you missed this research paper. You should put that citation. Again, nothing would have changed a threat. Nothing would have changed a conservation action. Nothing would have been an additional conservation action that was considered before. It would have been a clarifying statement that would have said, oh, conservation actions on private land are voluntary. That would have been one of the new sentences that we would have added when in the section of conservation actions on private.
So I appreciate the clarifying language. It seemed like with it closing on Monday, that would give you very little time to make sure we addressed everybody. And I'm very much supportive of having public comment be heard and it be valued, and because I value that. And so if that was all able to be accomplished since Monday, that's another testament to a great team.
Yeah, Chairman Stump, Commissioner Pack, as everyone stated, Ms. Seamster did an amazing job. Ms. Seamster was on top of this. A comment came in and she was either in my office discussing it or making changes within minutes of it. So the last 2 years of her life have been this. And that's the truth. It is. She's done an amazing job on this plan, has been more responsive than everything I've ever seen. And so I can assure you that every single comment was looked at and considered, and with the most consideration on how it should fit and can address those concerns.
And I do appreciate this morning, she and you both clarified that, I guess in the preface now, you have included additional language to support the definition of non-regulatory document. So I appreciate that, because the few individuals that reached out were concerned just that it would be used in other agencies as an official capacity, and they were concerned of that. And so I'm glad that I know that has been the agenda all along. It's a non-regulatory document, but I think that additional language you have now inserted will assist in that. And I want to make a comment to even Brian's presentation this morning talking about transparency in the process. I've heard a lot of people talk about that, and I appreciate that. So I feel much better about that. And I certainly have supported this from the beginning and all the way through to now. So thank you. And I think we should stand up and give her a round of applause. Chairman Stump, that's all I have.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Pack. Any other commissioners have anything to say? Commissioner Clemente.
I hate being the last one because I keep all these thoughts in my head and now I'm confused, but hopefully I make sense. And thank you for your comments, Commissioner Pack, and your questions. Great report, amazing report. It is unbelievable. I want to congratulate everybody that formed part of this report. Great things to see on that report, like the riparian areas being taken into consideration, climate change, amazing. Data needed species, that is really, really good. Keystone species and pollinators, and with many other species, that is something very important. I see that this report It's been more of an acting report versus reacting. This is trying to prevent, as it was mentioned before, for those species to be listed. It is a lot easier for us to maintain and to prevent a species going into danger than once it gets in danger to be able to recover it. That is the difficult task. So I want to thank everybody for that. On the questions that I have, I just have few simple questions. You answered some of the ones that I already had, but and why the reduction of habitats? That is a little bit of a concern to me. I mean, if we're increasing the species, I saw some mammals, the list that it increased, and I see birds that they increase, but a lot of it of the threats to species, to wildlife species, is because of habitat fragmentation. So when I see a reduction in habitats, I mean, can you explain a little bit of that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, the previous swap had 47 described habitats. This one has 46. The reason being, it came from a revision from I'm trying to get the name of it. When the U.S. like vegetation surveys are done on an annual basis, they combine two habitat types into one. So it might have been like mountain xeric habitat and scree fields, and they combine that into now just mountain habitats. So it actually doesn't reduce any of the habitats per se across the state. It's just the description of those and combining the two descriptions. So it doesn't have any, we're not excluding any one habitat out of the state, and now it's just a reclassification as the organization does that.
Okay, thank you. And the other question that I have is, since obviously this is revised every 10 years, in the last 20 years, let's put it, from the list of 20 years ago, how many species have been, let's say, been come off of the species? I mean, if there are some, I mean, are they listed on this document?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, the majority of the species that were listed previously are here. Some of the original state wildlife action plans included things like mule deer on it. And so there's been different directions through time in the last 20 years of what species really should be our species of greatest conservation needs. So the conservation status of some of those species haven't necessarily changed. It's the decisions around what species should be on there. I would say there are definitely some species where the conservation status has definitely gotten better in time. Gila trout, for example, you know, they went from 20 years ago, few populations, to a hatchery we have today that's stocking Gila trout and a threatened status federal. So there is definitely seen some improvements in species status on there, but the exact number that have gone on and off is kind of not a function of conservation actions. It's sometimes a function of the selection criteria at certain periods of time.
And the reason why I'm asking this is because maybe if we're spending all the time money into a species for a long period of time, we should be looking at that species, why it's not recovering, or why it's not in the status that we should have it. What else should we intensify the management to be able to get to the goal, right?
For sure. Commissioner Clemente, we have taken 14 species off the State Wildlife Action Plan from the last one to this one, and then including one that we're now hunting. It is Gould's turkey, for example. Gould's turkey was a species of greatest conservation need under the previous or the current State Wildlife Action Plan because it was a state threatened species. Conservation actions undertaken in the last 10 years have allowed us to delist it and start a hunting program again. So you're absolutely right. And I think the other big important aspect is funding, right? And we historically have received about $1 million of federal funds a year for all of this work. We use hunting and fishing license fees as well on a lot of this work, but the new funding that's coming into play almost is an order of magnitude more than what we previously had. And so I think you'll see more species come off in the next 10 years. I think you'll see a lot more information gained on species, where their status is, what their status isn't. And that's why you see 300 species of data needs. We need to know what's going on with those species. It doesn't mean that they're plummeting, or they might be increasing. And I think through the next 10 years leading up to the next revision, you're going to see a much tighter list because of the amount of funding that's being dedicated in the state of New Mexico towards these species of greatest conservation need. America the Beautiful, or excuse me, Recovering America's Wildlife Act in Congress that's been kind of trickling along for a few years. If it gets passed, it would have dedicated almost $30 million of federal funding on an annual basis to the state of New Mexico to work on these plans. And so we hope that that one day passes and gets through there. I don't think it's going to go through this Congress right now, but there's a recognition out there that there's a lot of work to be done for species conservation across all the United States. So
Thank you. That's all what I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Clementa. Chief Lively.
Commission Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioners. I do have a couple of questions. Chief Lively, you made it very clear that the purpose of the State Wildlife Action Plan is assisting us in qualifying for program funds. Is that correct?
Chairman Stump, Vice Chair Salazar Hickey, that is correct. If we do not have it, we cannot receive federal state wildlife grant money.
Okay, what you did not include in your presentation is approximately, and I know I could get this, I should have asked earlier, approximately how much funding are we looking at here?
Chairman Stump, Vice Chair Salazar Hickey, it's approximately $1 million of federal funds a year. I think the other important part, as I mentioned, the new House Bill 2 this year includes a $10 million of funding specifically for species of greatest conservation needs. So without a state wildlife action plan that doesn't list the species, we can't spend the $10 million on that. That money starts becoming available on July 1st. The other thing is the Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund money, which is approximately another $2 million annually, is dedicated towards species of greatest conservation needs. So the list ties back into really a funding mechanism for us to do work on the ground, both federal and state.
Thank you, Chief. I have another question, actually 2 more questions. Thank you. And I'll make them brief. 8 required elements that you have in putting together the State Wildlife Action Plan. Is that correct?
Chairman Stump, Vice Chair Salazar Hickey, that is correct. There is 8 required elements.
And so you're pretty much confined, like others, in putting in addressing just those specific 8 required areas.
Vice Chair Salazar Hickey, that is correct. We must address those. Every state in the nation addresses those 8 elements as well. And so the threats, the species, et cetera. Every state's wildlife action plan must meet those key components.
And the reason I asked that question is that some of the comments that we had received, I thought were delving into other areas outside of those 8. And like Commissioner Pack, I was wanting to make sure that all comments were heard and addressed. But I think that, yeah, it was very good. And then the third comment, or maybe it's not a question, is the due process, the exhaustive effort that you made in putting this together. It was very helpful to see this document on the website, 700 pages. Oh my gosh, almost close to 800 pages. And I do hope that the department, Director Sloan, that there will be some additional recognition rather than just an applause here in the meeting for the outstanding work of the department and that leader that we have in Ms. Seamster. Yeah, so that's it. I don't have, yeah. Okay, no more comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Hickey. Excuse me. I think Commissioner Witt has some comments.
Yeah, first I have a small technical question for Chief Liley. You mentioned the comment about airstrikes. Are you talking about airplane collisions or more broadly?
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Witt, yes, airplane strikes, sorry, to like at airports and those kind of things.
Okay.
The concern came from backcountry pilots it didn't represent, the number of these bigger airports that have way more airstrikes than say New Mexico. And so we got specific data for New Mexico.
Okay, got it. Well, that's probably a minor issue, but it's good to be thorough in these things, I understand. So I just want to comment on my overall impression of the report. I think this third swap is a great leap forward. I support it. I don't want to repeat the many supportive comments, but I agree with most of them. And in response to some of the concerns that were expressed, it's my scientific opinion that the foundation of this report is robust. It's consistent with the current science. It meets the 8 federal requirements solidly. The citations that are employed in the report are thorough and they're also appropriate. The document itself, especially the many maps and tables that it contains, is an outstanding reference on its own. So a really useful piece of work. The doubling of species in this list is absolutely warranted. And it's true that it will certainly be in flux in the future as environments and wild populations of the state are also in flux. And I have scrutinized the bird list in particular, and I found it to be a great working list. The lists and the document itself together present a roadmap toward preventing declines that could lead to federal endangered status otherwise. So I want to express thanks and admiration for this work to Assistant Chief Seamster, Chief Liley, Director Sloan, and also the dozens of experts that poured their effort into this. And I want to give a special shout out to the scientists who guided the arthropod editions, which are particularly challenging. Quinn Bain, Simon Daneski, Dave Lightfoot, and others. The excellent list that we've assembled is made possible by the deep natural history knowledge of those experts. And I'm grateful for what they brought to the table. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. Commissioner Fulfer.
This is a great report. I just had a few questions on one of the comments from the cattle growers. Were they a member of the core group in any way?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Fulfer, yes, they were a member of the core group.
Okay, great. I was just listening to some of their comments there earlier. I wanted to make sure that they had the chance to throw input. Thank you.
Commissioner Fulfer, thank you. Any other commissioners have anything to say? I'd like to just thank everyone for all the hard work they did. That was a long 2 years for everyone. Thank you for your presentation. I think that it's time that we just move forward and how about, excuse me, could someone make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I hereby move to approve the department's 2025 State Wildlife Action Plan and its submission to the U.S. Forest and Wildlife Services.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Director Sloan, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Hickey.
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente.
Yes.
Commissioner Witt.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Commissioner Pack.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
I'm looking at Garrett. We're locked eyes. Yes.
Chair Stump.
Yes, motion passes. I think we need a break. I need a break. Let's take 15 minutes, please. We're going to move to the hearing and adoption of the migratory Game bird rule 19.1, 19.31.6 NMAC. This hearing will come to order. My name is Richard Stump, Chair of the Commission. I will be serving as a hearing officer and be advised by the Commission's counsel. The purpose of this hearing is for the Commission to receive public comment on repealing and replacing the Migratory Game Bird Rule, Title 19, Chapter 31, Part 6, New Mexico Administrative Code, which will become effective on September 1st, 2025. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Darren Vaughn with the Game and Fish Department. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and on the department's website. Copies of the proposed amendments have been available on the department's website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comments. The rule hearing will be conducted in the following manner. Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to wait until they are called upon to speak. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak is asked to identify yourself by name, who you're affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized, and speak loud and clear to accurately record your comments. After a person is offered comment, they will stand for questions from the hearing officer. The audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The Commission may discuss the proposed new rule after the public comment portion of the hearing. Final Commission action, including adoption of the rule, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. In the preliminary matters of hearing item number 8, Migratory Game Bird Rule 19.31.6 NMAC hearing. This hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for the rule hearing on the Migratory Bird Rule 19.31.6 NMAC for the record?
Mr. Chair, I wish to enter 6 exhibits into the record. Exhibit number 1, the notice of the rulemaking. Exhibit number 2, the initial proposed rule that was posted on the website. Exhibit 3, the presentation that I'll be giving today. Exhibit 4, the summary of the proposed changes. Exhibit 5, the technical information we relied upon to develop the rule. And Exhibit 6, the 3 public comments we received during the rulemaking process.
6 exhibits are admitted into the record. Chief Lottie, can you go ahead with your presentation?
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, most of you have seen this at 2 different commission meetings this year. We opened this meeting rulemaking process in January, had a follow-up in April, and then again, the hearing in front of you today. Like everything with migratory game bird rules, we adjust our seasons and dates according to the Fish and Wildlife Service's federal frameworks, working within the flyway confines. We also adjust our season dates based upon the number of exposure days we're allowed for waterfowl hunting and public comment on when they would like to see hunting seasons open and or closed, as long as it's within the federal frameworks. That typically means in the Central Flyway opening the north zone earlier and closing a little bit earlier because of potential freeze out conditions, and extending the south zone, southern portion of the Central Flyway all the way to the last allowable day that's allowed by the federal frameworks. We also adjust any bag and possession limits according to the frameworks. We'll get into one of the bigger changes this year on that. And then the proposed federal frameworks were published by the Fish and Wildlife Service on the Federal Register, so those are already out there. As I kind of already stated, changing the dates at which we open or close seasons based off public comment and fitting within the federal framework. The bigger one, I think that's up there, is the pintail bag limit increase from 1 to 3. As we spoke about at the last commission meeting, that was due to a new a framework that the federal government set forth in consultation with the flyways on how we manage continental pintails. It really has not changed. Pintail numbers have not been changing much over time, but it really is just a new framework that recognizes that the need to go from a 1 to 2 to 3 that we've been seeing through time, that fluctuation really isn't the best biological framework they had. So we went into a process over almost 6 years before that framework changed. We'll probably be at that 3 bird bag limit at a much more higher frequency than we were previously. That, again, like I said, some years we'd be 2, then 1, then back to 3. It didn't make biological sense as much as some of the other frameworks we have for other species. And then we also are proposing increasing the sandhill crane permits for the graders of the Rocky Mountain population of the sandhill cranes by 12. Those are draw hunts in the Middle Rio Grande Valley and the southwest portion of the state, extending down to the Mexican border. Those will be distributed amongst the current hunts that we already have. Our allocation did increase from 1,063 last year to 1,135. We did not extend those permits all the way out to push the limits. There's 2 things. We want to be under our allocation. If we reach our allocation during the season, we actually have to shut down the crane hunting harvest. So that's why we run the check stations. We always are under our allocation. We want to ensure we are under that allocation. And the other aspect of it is we're probably a hunter density issue too. There's a concern, especially in the Middle Rio Grande, if we run more and more hunters on there, the success might decrease actually because of just hunting pressure on there, birds learning, figuring out refugia, and just not having as much opportunity. And so again, we increased that by 12. Our estimate of graders last year was approximately 700 to 800 birds that we harvested. And we will, with this increase, we'll probably be in that same. That's really kind of weather dependent when the birds get here, when the first hunt start occurring, if the graders have come down yet or not. Those graders typically get here a little bit later than the lessers. So. We did receive 3 public comments. We held a hybrid public Zoom meeting with 1 member of the public attended in Albuquerque. The comments really were kind of focused on crane hunting, and that some comments that wish that we didn't crane hunt at all, and then other crane hunters wishing that we would have increased the limit a little bit more. Again, we'll see where we get with this increase in the 12 this year to see if we'll adjust that next year. Most likely, given the population status of sandhill cranes, it's been an upward trend and the graders through time. We don't see that changing necessarily. If it does, we'll most likely get a higher allocation again next year. We'll because we check in with all those hunters, we have a pretty good idea. Check stations, was density too high? Those kind of questions, so we could adjust this again on an annual basis. And then there was some concern around pintail harvest limit. I think that's a hunter concern that we went from 1 to 3. They just saw that jump. And again, it wasn't a change in the birds. It's just a change in the federal framework. The federal government and us feel that harvest will not have a population level impact. It's just changing that framework that will see more consistency through time, we believe. Not these weird fluctuations from 1 up to 3 back down to 1 without much change in the biology of the bird. Real quick, these are the dates that we're proposing, opener and closing. That a lot of those openers are on a Saturday, and that's why you see just a 1-day shift, a calendar day shift. And then again, that January 31st is the last day that we could harvest according to the federal framework. So our southern zone, we push that as late as possible on that. So. Here's the Pacific Flyway. Pacific Flyway, we're allowed a little longer exposure days than we are on the Central Flyway. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Liley. Do we have anyone on the internet for comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. We don't have anybody from the public either. How about commissioners? Any questions or comments? Commissioner Witt.
Okay, thanks for the presentation, Chief Liley. I just wanted to say that there are a lot of northern pintails in the Middle Rio Grande Valley this last year, December and January, in a duck blind at La Jolla. There are hundreds and hundreds of pintails going back and forth over that area daily. So I think that increase to 3 is going to be really helpful for hunters in that area, as well as throughout the state. I think the decision to increase the number of crane permits by 12 is like to be cautious and not go all the way to what you could go to with that federal guidance is really smart too. And to be a little bit conservative with those numbers for the reasons that you mentioned. And I just want to say we have some research. We've been doing research at UNM on sandhill cranes at the check station in cooperation with hunters and biologists from Game and Fish for a number of years. And we've got a really exciting new genetic data set that's also going to help to improve the identifications of cranes to the Rocky Mountain, that their assignment to the Rocky Mountain population versus the lesser sandhill cranes that come from further north. And I think that's going to show that there are a few more birds that are part of the Rocky Mountain population than we're currently counting. But I don't think it's going to fundamentally change these numbers or put us out of line with the quotas. So I'll be excited to hopefully work with you on that during the next year. That's all I have. Thanks.
Commissioner, any other commissioners? Okay. Thank you again, Chief Liley. The final tally of 6 are admitted into the record. Those that registered and participated in this hearing will be included on the attendance sheet. At this time, the attendance sheet shall be marked and admitted as Exhibit 7. The comments submitted and testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed amendments at that time. I would like to thank everyone. Thank you, Chief, for your participation. I'll let the record show that this rulemaking hearing is adjourned at 11:32. So, and no more discussion, obviously. Can I have a motion, please?
Also move to make a motion to adopt the Migratory Game Rule 19.31.6 NMAC.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Chief Liley. Next item is the initial discussion of the shed hunting rule presented by Colonel Tim Simbal.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. This is agenda number 9. So the initial discussion for proposed rule for shed hunting. So during the 2025 legislative session, the one that we just closed through, new legislation was passed. In that was a new class of license that was defined and added. It added the shed hunter license. And what that does is it entitles the licensee to shed hunting, provided that a shed hunter license shall not be required for shed hunting by a resident. And what that also did was set that non-resident hunter license fee at $200. So what we would do, and is up for discussion, is in manner and method under the possession of game animal parts found in the field. I think this would be a good spot to change some language to allow for this new shed hunter license. So it currently reads that it's unlawful to possess heads, horns, antlers, and other parts of protected species found in the field without an invoice or permit. And then it goes on to exact, obviously shed. So by striking that exception and putting in language along the lines of possession of more than 2 obviously shed antlers found in the field requires a valid non-resident shed hunter license from the department for any non-resident. And again, residents do not require a shed hunter license. And I think using this language here, we would require that $200 shed hunt license. And this would fall under 1727 A2 for the actual statute to tie this regulation to. And if we did this route, what we'd be looking at is a penalty assessment ability. So it would be similar to a lot of different citations that we have where we can offer a penalty assessment. That means if you're caught in the act, the officer, witnesses it, you're given the option to choose a penalty assessment where you admit guilt on the scene, agree to pay via mail, and you don't have to go to court. It doesn't tie up courts, doesn't tie up the officer's time, doesn't tie up the defendant's time. And that would contain the $125 fine. And then the penalty assessments also require the purchase of the required license for the activity that they were doing. So that'd be the $200. So you'd be looking around $325 for that penalty assessment. They could also choose court. But with that, open it up for questions and discussion.
Commissioners? I have a question. Are we looking at any kind of season?
Chair and commissioners, at this point, the idea of a season was not going to happen. There would be a license season similar to our current, fishing license, which runs April 1st through March 31st. But as far as seasons, that would be it.
Thank you, Colonel Simbal.
Mr. Chair, commissioners, actually, Chief or Colonel, can you please give me an example, just for conversation's sake here, of how this would work? Just describe it.
Okay. So the reason we chose 2 for the number that any more than 2. So one example is you're here. And a family is here to go jeeping or go hiking, shopping, whatever it is, but they go on a hike with a family and, the kiddos or one of them, say they're from Colorado, stumbles across a shed. Cool, it happens. Neat. They're probably going to pick it up and they're probably not, quote unquote, your classic shed hunter that's going to be coming in to try and pick up dozens, hundreds of sheds to try and sell and make money. They're probably just going to hang it on their wall or forget it in the back of their pickup bed. So that's one scenario where it would not be unlawful for that person because they have less than 2. Opposite. Another example would be person from Colorado comes down, they set up camp. Maybe they have horses, OHVs, whatever it is, and they're spending a couple days to a week actively looking for sheds. And the officer comes up, sees their camp. They've got a pile of obviously shed antlers and it's greater than 2. At that point, we would ask to see the shed hunter license. And if that person was a non-resident and they were unable to produce that, they could be issued a citation. And I guess the third situation would be person here from Red River, hiking in Red River. They have a backpack full of sheds. You check them. They have a resident driver's license. No worries.
That was excellent. I appreciate those examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chair.
Commissioner Beck, excuse me.
Don't expire on us, Chairman. Just a clarification, because you asked, Chairman, about a season. And I know there's been a lot of discussion because I've had a lot of individuals from my district asked for this to come to being. So the clarification, though, this goes still out to public comment, right? We have a lot of public comment coming ahead of us. So I think if we keep in mind, if we get a lot of that, we can maybe address that as a commission if we need to have a season. But I think this is a great first step to implement, just what we need to do for SB5. But this is the first step. And if we get a lot of comment, maybe we need to address that. We'll find that. So thank you for your work on this.
Chair, Commissioner Pack, of course. Yep, we'll see what we get as far as feedback.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I apologize for one more question. What is the penalty to those that are violating this regulation?
So if we did it this way, or a close variation thereof, this is a rule that allows for the penalty assessment option. So if it occurs in the officer's presence, they can offer a penalty assessment, and that would be a $125 fine plus the cost of the required license for that activity, which would be $200 for a total of $325. They could also choose a court option where it'd be a misdemeanor and, court fines, judge would set it, things of that nature.
The reason I asked is I didn't see it in the markup in the revised.
Right. Chair, Commissioners, right. I didn't put the punitive, the penalty type stuff in here just yet, but it would be a regulation that would tie back to a penalty assessment option.
And I take it we would, the commission would see those violations when we get the revocation notice or not?
Chair, Commissioners, if they did enough, this one is not, it wouldn't be a 20-point violation, so it wouldn't be an instant suggestion for revocation. So you could, this with a fishing without, potentially you could see them, their names in front of you, things of that nature.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. You have something? No. Thank you, Colonel Symbol. Let's move on to the next item. Reservation of the 2 elk licenses for nonprofit wish granting organizations. Just proceed, Tim.
Okay, the next agenda item here is reserving 2 elk licenses for nonprofit wish granting organizations. This is one that I bring in front of you annually. This is a really neat and unique thing that we have through the ability for our commissioners to pass. It really is a really unique experience that these children, as we get into this, you'll be able to see that we can provide. So the authority falls under 17.3.13.5, where it directs the State Game Commission to reserve no more than 2 elk licenses a year for persons under 21 who have been determined by a physician to have a life-threatening illness and have qualified through a nonprofit wish granting organization. So currently we have 6 of these qualifying wish granting organizations. They are the United Special Sportsmen's Alliance, Safari Wish, which is through Safari Club International, Hunt of a Lifetime, Outdoor Dream Foundation, Catch a Dream, Holy Pursuits Dream Foundation, and each organization will selects their own applicants, and the applicants must purchase an elk hunting license to go on the hunt. And our recommendation here would be to award the 2 elk authorizations to United Special Sportsmen's Alliance and Safari Wish SCI. The way that we operate this, there's 6. We do 2 a year, so they just take turns. We just go down the list and then start over. Information about the tag. It's a really awesome tag. It runs from September 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. It's any legal weapon type, and it's open. It's any area open to elk hunting, and it's an either sex bag limit. Couple pictures from some harvests in the past, and the The antlers on these are about as big as the kids' smiles when they do this. So it's a really neat opportunity. With that, I'll hear any questions.
Commissioners, anybody?
So just for clarification, is 2 tags what it goes? We're not adding 2 tags, correct?
Chair, commissioners, it'd be a total of 2 tags. One goes to one of the other organizations and their selected individual, and the other goes to the other organization and their selected individual.
Okay, I think we should go more tags, but thank you.
Chairman. Since I came in last time when I first became commissioner a year ago, this is what we were voting on, and I think it's wonderful. So where did it get set that it's only 2? If you have 6 groups that you've identified, why is it only 2? And is that a problem?
Chair, commissioners, I think it would take legislative action. I mean, we got to this point with the 2, which is pretty neat. Should there be a bill that it was for, or that could probably happen? I think we just go by the statutory language that says no more than 2. So we do 2 a year.
Thank you, Commissioner Peck. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I hereby move to accept the department's recommendation and reserve 2 elk licenses for the 2 applicants to be sponsored by the nonprofit wish granting organizations as presented, or the alternates should the primary individuals not be able to participate in their elk hunt.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Still here.
I recommend we continue.
So next item. Let's see what we have here. Proposed changes to the hunting and fishing licenses and application rule 19.31.3 presented by Chief Paul Varela.
Morning. The next agenda item is the initial discussions of the hunting and fishing licenses application rule 1931.3. So a little background. During the legislative session, the legislature passed Senate Bill 5, which among other things changes the department name and increases licensing fees. But another thing that it also provides is a 25% discount for all license fees for New Mexico residents who receive supplemental nutritional assistance program benefits, which is called SNAP benefits. So the new law requires that the commission establish a rule for eligibility verification for that discount. The department is currently collaborating with the Healthcare Authority for the SNAP verification process. Right now, we've had discussions about an application processing interface and whether or not it'd be feasible for the interface from the Healthcare Authority and the interface from the department to talk to each other so that we can verify eligibility. So the next 2 slides, I have 2 proposed rule additions to 1931.3. The first one is if the API is successful with the Healthcare Authority, we would add this section R to the rule, which would be 1931.3.11 of NMAC. And it would read, New Mexico residents with existing online licensing system accounts who also participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program are eligible to receive a 25% discount on all license purchases for the following license year if qualified by the department between January 1st and January 10th annually, or upon creation in OLS, which is our online licensing system. Applicants not automatically qualified for the discount in January may prove eligibility in person at any department office to have the discount applied. No refunds will be offered for full fee purchases made prior to the verification of eligibility. So that's if the application interface is successful. This next language is if it is not. We took out a certain portion of that language, which means that basically we would establish a data dump before January, and we'd receive a list of all the verified applicants who receive SNAP benefit discounts. We would compare that to all the people that are that apply for a license and would like to receive that SNAP benefit discount. And if they are on that list, then we'll go ahead and apply that discount. If they are not, then they would be required to come into the office and show proof of eligibility that they are on receiving SNAP benefits. And so it's just a pared down version of the rule I presented earlier. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. And I apologize, I forgot to introduce our Assistant Chief of Licensing, Mr. Chad Nelson. He's here with me today to help answer any questions that you might have.
Commissioners? Thank you, Paul, for that presentation. Next item is the discussion of proposed changes to the game and fish license permits, Rule 19.30.9 NMAC.
So the next agenda item is initial discussions of the game and fish license permits rule 1930.9 NMAC. So again, in Senate Bill 5, there were language changes to statute which allowed the department the ability to increase the vendor fee. For the longest time, the vendor fee for vendors has been $1 per transaction. What the department is proposing is we would like to add $1 to that current vendor fee to make the per fee transaction $2. We'd also like to add an additional $1 for each carcass tag issued. So on May 1st, the department issued a survey to all vendors, and we allow them time to respond by May 18th. We surveyed 135 vendors and we received 54 responses. And the overwhelming response was that the vendors would like to see a per transaction or per carcass tag transaction of $1. So if we agree to these proposed changes, we would have the proposed rule on the department's website and public comments would be summarized for the commission. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioner Clemente.
I have a question on the vendor fees, and I think it's really good that is being increased for our vendors that actually they barely make it. I think they don't even break even with the $2. My question is, as a game and fish department, the game and fish department charges $1 vendor fee as well. My question is, why are we charging $1 vendor fee from the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish when we are not vendors? We're the ones that manage for the people, right? And then that's one question. And the other question is, well, would that $1 increase to $2 on the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, the $1 vendor fee or the vendor fee is charged by the department. All of our area offices are vendors, so we sell licenses just like anyone else, just like external vendors do. Whether we charge it or not is sort of optional because we build all of our administrative fees or most of our administrative fees into the application fee for the draw. So that fee includes most of our administrative and financial, credit card processing costs. So our costs are not necessarily increasing, but vendor costs have, and the reason that they're advocating for additional fees or the issuance of carcass tags is because we have to require them to handwrite every carcass tag. We don't have to do that, but we do charge still.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, so it is possible to write into rule that the department may not charge a vendor fee, but that is at the discretion of the commission.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioners, can we hear from Director Sloan?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as was just said, we do in fact vend licenses, fishing licenses, all those kinds of things. So we have some of the similar costs as a vendor would in terms of credit card fees and those sorts of things. So whether we need to go with the same fee as a vendor that's a commission decision, but I think there is some cost to some of the licenses that we vend. And I think we could skip the extra tag fee for sure. Since we just print that out, it doesn't really take a lot of time. But I think the vendor fee is probably an open discussion about how much it actually costs we do sell significant number of licenses that are not just through the draw with an application fee, whether that's a small game license or hunting, fishing license. So I think there's some validity to us charging a vendor fee. What that fee is, I think, is open for discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
So I feel that we're nickel and diming the public because SB 5 added a license fee increase to cover the costs of the department that was going to go in the red here very soon. And that fee increase was held hostage in a committee unless SB 5 passed. And now we're going to pass on that fee if someone's at home on the computer buying their own license. Am I correct that we're still going to charge them that fee if they're doing all the work? Am I assessing it wrong or right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, yes, they would be charged the vendor fee,
Okay.
whether they buy it online, by phone, or in person.
And I see that the private vendors, I understand them because they have to hire seasonal staff and they have their own, they're booming here in Red River right now as you see people fishing outside. So I agree that the private vendor has to have a fee. That is without a doubt, they have to have a fee because they're doing our work, right? Back in the day, they used to handwrite the licenses. Now they're using our system to print them out, give them the piece of paper. But if our department staff, if a person goes into an office, let's say Raton, Las Cruces, Santa Fe, they're going to pay that vendor fee for going into our office, correct, as well?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, yes.
Okay. So, what is the cost, approximate cost of the dollar vendor fee that we have now? Is it significant? If it were to be removed, is it going to cause us to lose money since we're going to have a big license fee increase coming aboard now?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, we currently bring in approximately $140,000 a year in vendor fees. So with the increased vendor fee to $2, we will be losing approximately $280,000 per year.
From public vendors?
Ourselves, the department. That's how much we bring in.
So what would be,
Chairman,
the difference
Commissioner
between private
Lopez,
and?
the reason that the $1 vendor fee was charged is because it was written in statute that we needed to charge $1. And so now with the change in the language from Senate Bill 5, if we change the language to chart for an outside vendor like Walmart to charge an increased fee, then we would also charge that fee unless the commission decides otherwise, that we should not act as vendors as well.
I would like to see what the cost difference would be if we don't charge the fee for someone working at home, or sitting at home, or on their phone, getting it digital, and they're covering the cost of the printing on their paper, on their cell phone, their megabytes, versus what we're bringing in from people going into the public office, compared to that with the private vendors, Walmart, Big R, the local fish shops throughout the state, or, down in the Hilo, and they're selling license out of the gas station. But it just feels like we're just putting more cost against the customer. Now that we just raised the fees, or we didn't, but the legislature approved the license fee increase, and now we're going to start charging them an additional $200, an additional $1. But if the staff in our offices, they're selling them, and then they're at home, that's the realm I'm looking at. Nothing really on the private, because they do deserve to be compensated for their efforts that they're doing, these mom and pop shops throughout the state of New Mexico, and big box as well. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I can ask a clarifying question. I think you're saying that when a person buys a license at home online, they should not be charged a vendor fee, but you would be okay with charging a vendor fee if they came into the office and we had to do it for them in essence. Is that
No,
correct?
I'm saying if they're at home on their phone, we shouldn't be charging them. And then if they're going to our office or our offices, they shouldn't be charged that either. But the
So-
private vendors still should be charged, but so we're providing a public service to them, and the license fees that were just appropriate to the legislature should, if the stakeholders who worked on SB 5 conspired or planned it out right, whether how much fees were gonna come from these license fee increase, we shouldn't be charging the public coming into our office, say, I wanna get a license. You know, we're working, right? Our licensed staff is working there and they print it out and, oh, here's $2, you know. But that's something I think we should look at.
So you're advocating for getting rid of the vendor fee if the license is sold either in one of our offices or somebody goes directly online?
Correct.
I guess, and I think, part of the process here is to get that kind of direction. Is that a direction that the commission wants us to propose to the public?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez and other fellow commissioners, if I understand, the New Mexico legislature passed Senate Bill 5 during the 25 legislative session. And Senate Bill 5 provides that a license collector may collect and retain a vendor fee for each license or permit that's issued, provided that the fee shall be just and reasonable as determined by the commission. Now, the department conducted a survey of all the vendors in New Mexico, and the majority of the vendors preferred an increase in the vendor fee as well as an additional fee for the issuance of a carcass tag. Am I correct, Director Sloan?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, that's correct.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, fellow commissioners, it seems to me that what's being presented by the department makes sense, in my opinion. And I thank you, Commissioner Clemente and Commissioner Lopez, for raising the questions that you have. But I think the focus here is how to keep this simple and how to address what was presented passed in Senate Bill 5. And so I'm very comfortable with what the department is presenting.
May I? Sure. Thank you for that. I guess here I'm looking at more, and I understand what Bill 5 passed, but here I'm looking at administrative from the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. Hunters, fishermen, they pay a license for the Department of New Mexico Department of Game and Fish to manage and to administrate our wildlife populations. Within that is part of New Mexico Department of Game and Fish to provide those services to be able to sell the license and collect that money, those funds, to be able to operate. So here, to me, we're double dipping. And I don't know if I thought I had read somewhere within the department that the department, whenever it was added the vendor fee, I thought the department, that was exclusively for vendors that they were outside within the department, that they were private vendors. I think it's something that it needs to be looked at. A while back, I remember that the department, that fee was not set for the department. It was set for exterior vendors. I might be wrong, but I believe I thought I had seen that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Chief, I think that this discussion is coming because we're already getting comments from the public. And I support Commissioner Lopez's, the position is, the assumption is, yes, I mean, not assumption, the Senate Bill 5 tells us where, you know, the vendors, outside vendors, the private vendors need this increase. And then when you opened, you said something like you've already built into the application process, you know, some of our costs for the department. I think the concern by the public is, you know, to Clemente's point, you know, our department, our offices are already set up to do this. This is part of what we do. We shouldn't be charging, if we've been charging, clarification, you said we've been charging all along $1. You know, if we shouldn't be increasing it any more than that. We may need to consider whether we charge $1 anymore, but we certainly shouldn't be increasing it for our own services. And then I know I've had a couple ask me, why am I paying more money if I'm printing it on my cell or doing it on my phone? That is a question that we should definitely, I think, look at. But private vendors, yes, it definitely needs to be given to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What are the fees for the credit card companies charge the department? Do we know that?
Mr. Chair, the interchange fees are built into the application fee, $7 for residents and 13 for non-residents, although that probably should go up for non-residents eventually.
Okay, well, I guess we're kind of in agreement. Let's look into that. Maybe bring that forth again.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, it sounds like the consensus is that the department should not charge any fee when we sell a license, but that we should proceed with the recommendation of $2 per license transaction and $1 per tag for private vendors. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing from the commissioners.
I really am confused because I focused on the revisions that were presented to the code as presented by the department. And again, I appreciate the concern that's being raised, but I think what's being raised now requires major revisions besides those that are being presented. Is that correct, Commissioner Clemente?
When you mentioned major revision?
Right.
What do you refer a major revision?
Well, I'm looking at 19.30.9.8, license vendors. A, financial obligations of the department. And B, vendor eligibility, application and procedures. C, director's authority. D, vendor fee payments. And the department was very concise with the proposed changes. And what I'm hearing would be something very different that's being presented today. And I guess I'm visualizing this and seeing big difference changes, a lot more changes than what's being here to the code. I'm focused on the code.
Okay, I haven't looked, I'm not looking at the code, but so to get this vendor fee had to be passed by a motion by the commission, am I correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the vendor fee is in statute and has been changed in statute, and then there is rule that supports that statutory.
Okay.
So yes, the commission adopted a rule, and I think, and I'll ask you guys, I believe that there is and I thought we had the language, but we don't, a place in rule that says that essentially says the vendor fee is $1. We have interpreted that to apply to the agency. So we would have to change, obviously we would be changing that language to reflect the $2 and $1 language, but we would also then put in except for the department. So yes, we would have to change rule, but this is going to require a rule change no matter what. Did I answer the question?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think you did answer the question, but maybe it's because there's a carbo lack here or a sugar, maybe I just need to take a break, and it's 12:08. Could we break for lunch for maybe half an hour or 45 minutes? I appreciate the people that are in attendance and those that are online. But could we just take a lunch break right now for half an hour and maybe we'll come back, after that.
So are we in a place where we can move on when we come back from lunch, or are we still?
We're
going to be
tabled
discussing this
now.
We're
Table it for now.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, not officially a table, because I mean, it's dead. Continue the discussion.
Yeah, continue discussion. Yes, that's fine.
The discussion on this.
Well, if you need to take a break, we can take a break. So let's go ahead and take a break, folks, for lunch. And when we return, we'll continue with this conversation.
Return it.
So let's return at 1:45. Please. Where were we?
Chairman Stump, we were on the proposed changes to 1930.9, which is changes to the game and fish license and permits rule, 1930.9 NMAC. And currently we were there was a discussion of whether or not the department should waive the $2 fee per transaction and the $1 carcass tag fee associated with printing out a carcass tag, and whether or not those fees should only apply to vendors such as Walmart or just private entities.
There's one question that I wanted to ask about the total fees that we pay as the department to the credit card companies.
Mr. Chair, so we have what's called a payment gateway that routes all of our transactions. So there is a 14 cent per transaction fee associated with all transactions.
And Chairman Stump, the total fee to the total cost of the department per year for those transaction fees is about $900,000.
Thank you, gentlemen. Fernando.
Just for clarification, the discussion, it was only on the fees of the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, not the other vendors outside of the department.
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Clemente, what we just described is only applies to the department. So there are fees, credit card fees and transactions that we pay per year on a yearly basis. And there's also costs that are implied with the department for maintaining an online licensing system within our department because it's internal. Other states hire an outside vendor for the similar services that we provide as a department.
Yeah, what I meant, it was the $2, whether the fees will be removed, it was just for the department, not for the vendor fees outside. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Well, if we're paying $900,000 as the department, what's that going to do if we do away with these fees that we're charging right now?
Commissioner Stump, as Chad had mentioned earlier, the department brings in about $114,000 per year on the $1 vendor fee. So if we were to eliminate the $1 vendor fee altogether, we'd lose the $114,000 that the department receives. If we raise it to $2 and we follow what Senate Bill 5 is saying, and we consider ourselves as a department to be a license collector or a vendor like the other vendors, then that number would double.
So we're talking about what's that, 600 some thousand that we have to come up with as a department to pay for all this?
Commissioner Stump, yes.
So I think that's something that we should definitely keep in mind as we're talking about this.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, can we hear from the director on this topic, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hickey, it's really, I think, a policy question. We do have costs like any other vendor, whether it's credit card fees, it's employing our IT staff, it's maintaining the database system, maintaining the infrastructure. So there's clearly a cost associated with being a vendor and selling licenses. Whether you believe that that cost is inclusive in the fee for a license or whether there should be some addition to help support that, I guess that's the policy question that we have in front of us. We have, for as long as I can remember, considered ourselves a vendor and charged the fee to offset some of those costs. We're not making money off of it. We do charge an application fee in terms of for a draw license, So not every license is a draw license, and so I think that maybe the application fee offsets some of the cost, but I think the intent of the vendor fee is to try and offset the other costs.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think the question now is, where do we go forward from here? Do we want to have the department go forward with this particular proposal, the proposed changes to 19.30.9? Or what I heard maybe through the discussion, thank you, with the leadership of Commissioners Clemente and Lopez and Chair Stump, do we want to recommend something different? We can just certainly go forward with the existing proposal.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think that's exactly right. The process here is that we are bringing you our initial thoughts and looking for some direction. We'll go out to the public, see what the public says, bring all of that back to you and say, this is what we've heard. How would you like to proceed? And then at that point, we would develop a final rule ahead of a rule hearing. So we're really seeking from you this policy decision about how we should proceed to present to the public.
So can the department summarize all that we've been discussing here and options?
Mr. Chairman, I'll give it a shot and then these guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Our proposal is to allow for the charge of a $2 vendor fee for all vendors, including the department, as well as a $1 fee for each tag. An alternative to that would be to have the vendors charge those same fees, have the department only charge the $2 license fee and issue the tags with no charge. Another alternative is to not allow the department to charge any fees. What am I up to? The fourth one would be to just leave the $1 fee that's currently in place for the department and allow vendors the $2 and $1. Under any of those scenarios, I think that the private vendors have asked, and that's the reason that the legislation went through for an increase. So I think the $2 and $1, based on our survey results, would be appropriate for private vendors. The real question in front of you now is, does the department charge nothing, $1, $2, or $2 plus the $1?
And to add to that, Director Sloan, the department surveyed 135 vendors and received 54 responses. So you already have the input from them.
Correct.
Chairman? So if I think when I'm hearing Commissioner Lopez and Commissioner Clemente, see if I frame this, I think what we are hearing is the concern about not the private vendor license increase at all, 2 and 1. We're not concerned about that, right? What we're concerned about is increasing New Mexico Department Game and Fish by $1 on we're charging another $1 on top of the already $1 vendor fee that has been standard. Is that correct? Is that how you interpret that? Is that the concern? So is it then the consensus, or could we get to a consensus or take this to public comment that potentially that we're basically New Mexico Department of Game and Fish only leaves $1 in place that they've had and not increase that, because that's part of what we're doing. That's our job. Or included in the application fee and all of this other, we're not losing any more money because we already have 114 or 140, whichever that number is. It's just we wouldn't be gaining any more money from that process. Is that a good summation?
Yes, I think it does. The one thing that I'm a little stuck on is, so for the applications or for draw hunts, that's all worked in, but for fishing licenses and private land licenses, there's no fee for that, correct? Except for the initial, the $1 at this point.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
So, well, how do you want to leave this for this meeting?
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Please.
Getting some feedback here. I want to make three observations and then ask a question to Director Sloan. First, the website infrastructure for purchasing licenses and tags and documenting those purchases right now is functional. It works, but I think it could be better. And I think the simplicity of having one single fee structure, regardless of vendor, is desirable just because a simple structure is easier to understand and follow. And I think in general, a $2 fee with $1 per tag is not high enough to be burdensome in itself. This is a nickel and dime issue on individual hunters. And so I want to ask a question to Director Sloan. If additional funds were collected from these fees, would also additional funds be spent on improving the website, like the user interface, user experience on that website? Would it get better? Would things get better for hunters and fishermen?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, we just did a major revamp of the public website. We have been working on, we just got some money from the legislature to work on the license side of the website, and hope to be improving that over time. So yes, we're clearly going to be investing in that.
Well, if that's the case, then I would say I'm in favor of having the uniform $2 fee for independent vendors and for the department.
Well, we're actually not voting on this today, but
Mr. Chairman, maybe I'll make a suggestion if I could. Perhaps we should go out to the public with 3 alternatives and see what kind of feedback we get. One that applies to all vendors, including the department, one that zeroes out the department, and one that leaves the department at $1, and see if we can get some feedback from folks about what they think about that. It's not necessarily traditionally how we do it, but I think it could work.
I like that idea. So thank you, Director Sloan.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan, do we need a vote on that, or this is fine?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I think we just needed some general consensus from the commission, which we didn't really get, but I think we got to a place where we know we need to bring back some additional information. So I don't think we need a vote. Thank you.
I think we have general consensus. Can I get a few nods?
Yes. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So please proceed with that. Thank you, Director Sloan. Okay, moving on. Now, thank you, everybody, actually. We are approval of the infrastructure capital improvement plan, also presented by Chief Varela.
Agenda item 13 is the approval of the infrastructure and capital improvement plan. So each year, the department is required to submit a capital project, an ICIP plan to the Capital Outlay Bureau by July 1st of 2025 in statute. This is separate from our FY27 operating budget request. The request for fiscal year 27 focuses on wildlife habitat restoration and management projects and off-highway vehicle projects. The following 4 years for fiscal year 28 to fiscal year 31 are anticipated projects, and these can change each year. The legislature only approves 1 year at a time, so please keep that in mind. So the only year that will be approved this year that we're looking at is fiscal year 27. The following years are ideas that the department has on how to spend some of that money, and we'll go through each year. But just keep in mind that the only year that gets approved is fiscal year 27. And once the capital funds are approved by the commission and the legislature, they're available for 4 years to be spent. So the first year is fiscal year 27. You'll see a total of $7 million, which is for wildlife habitat restoration and management projects. These are to complete necessary landscape and wildlife habitat restoration throughout the state. So the columns at the top are the funds that are being used to utilize these projects. You'll see $2.5 million for the Big Game Enhancement Fund, $2 million for the Habitat Management Fund, and $2.5 million for the Sykes Act Fund. In the second project, you'll see off-highway vehicle and recreational development improvement projects, which are to develop and improve off-highway vehicle recreational opportunities throughout the state. And with that, we have 500,000, which is coming from the off-highway vehicle fund. So the total for fiscal year 27 is $7.5 million. And keep in mind that each of these funds have restrictions, and so they're supposed to be spent on certain activities, which we are following. The major difference from fiscal year 27 and what was approved last year for fiscal year 26, but fiscal year 27 was included in the overall plan. We added an additional $1 million to the Sykes Act funding, and we added an additional 500,000 to the Big Game Enhancement Fund funding for fiscal year 27. For fiscal year 28, there's a total of $5 million. 2.5 million is included from the Sykes Act Fund for wildlife habitat and restoration management projects. The second group of projects is for hatchery improvements. It totals 2.5 million. 500,000 from our BIRF fund, which is Bond Interest and Retirement Fund, which is generally spent on hatchery improvements and game commission on properties. And then you'll see that we added $2 million from the Game Protection Fund for fiscal year 28. The department decided to be conservative in our approach to spending Game Protection Fund. So even though we'll be receiving a license fee increase and our Game Protection Fund will be increasing, we would like to see that balance increase to a comfortable amount before we start applying Game Protection Fund to capital improvement projects. For fiscal year 29, we have two projects again, 6.5 million for wildlife habitat and restoration, of which 2.5 million is from the Big Game Enhancement Fund, 2 million from the Habitat Management Fund, and 2 million from the Sykes Act. So those numbers are slightly different from FY27, but it follows a similar pattern. And the second project is for off-highway vehicle projects again, and it's $500,000 from the off-highway vehicle fund. For fiscal year 30, we're asking for $2 million from the Sykes Act Fund for wildlife habitat restoration projects, and $500,000 from the Bond Interest and Retirement Fund for hatchery improvements. And finally, for the fifth year, we're asking for 4.5 million for wildlife habitat and restoration projects, 2.5 million from the Big Game Enhancement Fund, and 2 million from the Sykes Act Fund. The HMA fund was not included as an amount in this scenario because by that time, we're not sure how much money we'll have in the Habitat Management Fund, so we're being conservative and not including that amount. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners?
Just a comment. If you go back, we're talking about millions, correct? I think we can do a little better than that. I'm sorry to say this, but you are putting, if you see the number, it says 4,500 in any of them. And then you have your amounts down here that it says dollars in thousands. That should be millions, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm just saying because this is a document.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that dollars in thousands, so 7,500, you'd add another set of 3 zeros to it, it would be 7.5 million. It's the way that the state does their budgeting. It's just missing the extra zeros because that's the way they do it. So
Well, he saw the asterisk dollars and thousands. That's why he pointed that out.
yeah. So every one of these numbers should have another set of 3 zeros after. So where it says 500, that's 500,000. Where it says 7,000, that's 7 million. Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Chief. I have a question for you on the lower part or the middle page of your presentation where you're talking about FY30-2. There you go, hatchery improvements. So there's $500,000 set aside for that, correct? I know we keep on seeing this in every capital outlay request over the years. We saw the great work that the staff are doing down in Glenwood. What's your guy's name down there?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Leonard Rice.
Give him a TSI. That guy's doing some great work. Really good work. Because I mean, we're seeing that improvement. So I see that the process is working. But what other hatcheries, and maybe the director can answer this question, are going to be considered part of this $500,000? Because it looks like we already got cut a little bit from what we had before.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I know that we are spending a current BRF appropriation on the bridge at Red River Hatchery just down the road. I know that Kirk has some plans for housing issues that need to get fixed and repaired at various hatcheries and or replaced. I would anticipate by FY30, we will have a good enough sense of what the revenue from the fee increase is that this will actually change pretty significantly, and we'll be requesting a bigger chunk of money from the Game Protection Fund to do an actual hatchery renovation. But as you know, those costs are pretty high, especially at the moment. So we need to build up the fund a little bit before we make that request. So as Paul said, we're really just looking at that first fiscal year. That's what's going to go to the legislature this year. These out years, yes, that they say something, but they're probably going to change as we see our fund balances change based on license sales and the fee increase and that sort of stuff. So I guess I'd say take the out years with a grain of salt, and they will change because we need to bring this back to you every year to approve the next 5-year plan, but you approve it annually. So
Thank you, Director. And in reference to your comments you just made about looking at FY27, it says to include maintenance and development and operation of Game Commission owned properties. So are hatcheries going to be considered in that as well, or is it just going to be a totally different line item?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the Big Game Enhancement, Habitat Management Fund, and Sykes Act Fund, potentially some of the Habitat Management Fund by statute could be used at hatcheries. The rest is dedicated to habitat work. So it would, and Sykes is dedicated to BLM and Forest Service. So very little of it would likely be used on a hatchery.
So habitat could be used if they needed to.
I believe that's correct. I believe it says commission-owned properties, and since hatcheries are commission-owned properties, I think there's that potential, though traditionally we have not used it on those kinds of projects.
Here's why I asked, because we look out the window here, we see people fishing. Not a lot of hunting is going on now, but these licenses that we've been talking about earlier are potentially are generating revenue. And if we don't have hatcheries that are going to get people outside and fish, then what are we going to do, right? What are we doing here? So just a simple observation and question.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lopez, as I mentioned, the cost to renovate a hatchery, which we're approaching at some of our facilities, we're not quite there, I don't think, in general, is probably on the order of $15 million at this point. So we really do need to let that license fee take effect, let those account balances increase to the point where we can afford to take a chunk of money like that and go do an actual renovation. Our facilities are in pretty decent shape now. Kirk's been patching them together as we go, but yeah, I mean, sometime in the next 10 years, we're going to need to do a major hatchery renovation, and we're going to need to have the bank account to sustain that.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. And thank you, Chief Furla. Is there a motion? We do.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I hereby make a motion to move the approval of the FY27, FY31 capital plan as presented by the department.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Paul. Next presentation is results of the customer and community survey. It's a public opinion survey by the department and its contractor. Tristiana is going to be presenting with our contractor. And I'll let you introduce our contractor, Tristiana. Just Anna.
Thank you so much. We're excited to be here. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. As we talked about in the last fiscal year, the department has started working on trend surveys with our customers so that we can evaluate customers, licensed buyers, and non-customers and our interaction with them. And this year, the department hired contractors, Jason Clemente with Stepchild and Tyler Vanier with Vanier, to do the survey for us. So they will be reporting on those results.
Great. Thank you, Tristana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and commissioners, for having us today. We're excited to share this work with you. Just a bit on our backgrounds, my background specifically. I've worked 25 years in brand and marketing strategy, a lot of outdoor brands, including North Face and Arc'teryx, as well as Nike. Tyler has worked on as well. So this is our expertise. This is what we do, not just for government agencies, but for brands as well. We designed this survey last year, and we're excited to do it because we felt like there were a couple things that had changed, at least in how we wanted to focus on information and education efforts. There's really two things, and the first is to really start to measure our impact and things like understanding of the people who are not our customers. So we estimate about 16% of the state are our customers, so at least 84% that we don't typically talk to or interact to and get, feedback on a large scale from. We also, just in forms of a strategic perspective, reframed our I&E efforts through a new model that we call 3Cs, which is an advancement of the traditional 3R model, and really seeks to, again, encompass the community. So we call those 3Cs are our customers, the community, and then the concern, those folks who are highly concerned. So when we think about I&E efforts generally, want to make sure that those efforts are covering the 3Cs. We needed this research to help us understand that landscape. What we set out to track really kind of 5 groups. So the first is our awareness and satisfaction levels. So how many people in the public are aware of the agency? How satisfied are they with us? That's both customers and non-customers. What are the general attitudes in the state towards conservation? What are outdoor participation trends? What types of activities are people doing outdoors beyond kind of the hook and bullet, typical hunting and fishing activities? For those who are hunting and angling, what is their satisfaction with call our product in the state? And then just general demographics of the makeup of the population. Tristana said that we were a key partner in this. We also partnered with Qualtrics, which is a global data collection platform and kind of recruiting arm. They do a ton of government work, both kind of federal, different state levels. They work with New Mexico state parks as well. So they're a trusted vendor for us. They also house the data so we can go back at any time and do kind of additional analysis if we want to look at really specific cuts. So women 25 to 35, what's their opinion on a particular topic? We did 550 non-customers and 450 customers. This gets us to decent statistical significance. We get into smaller cuts, it gets a little less statistically significant. But we felt that was a robust base for us to build on. We were in field in winter, so over 24-25, winter 24-25, really from November into January. We'd like to continue to do these waves every year at least. And so the big part of the goal of this is to be able to track progress over time. Are more people satisfied or dissatisfied? Are more people aware of the department's efforts or not aware of our efforts? So the goal was to design something that we could repeat over time and really measure our own progress with. So we'll start by talking about just beyond hook and bullet. What are the outdoor activities that are being enjoyed by customers and non-customers? And we'll specifically start with non-customers. So we asked people generally, which of these activities do you participate in? These are all non-hunting and angling activities. Which of these do you participate in? And are you going to do more or less of this next year? Well, turns out in all activities, everyone's planning to do more next year. Shouldn't be a surprise, but top activity that we expect to grow over the next year, day hiking and backpacking, bird watching, and camping. So these are non-consumptive activities that are going to bump up against the department's activities. So it's important for us to keep track of. When we look at customers, pretty similar profiles, and we broke these into hiking and camping here. And so we looked at the top 3 activities of folks who say they have fished in New Mexico.
Many of them camping, many of them also day hiking and doing motorized off-roading. When we look at hunting, camping also still popular. Predictably, hunters are into target shooting and archery, but they're also day hiking and backpacking as well. So now we wanted to look at how non-customers are, what attitudes they have towards us, and also how aware are they of the agency. So this is really interesting. The survey was done before the announcement about the name change towards wildlife. So one of the things that we did, you'll see in here, is we asked people if they thought the Department of Wildlife existed. So we've got some interesting data on that. So awareness, large awareness broadly of the Department of Game and Fish. However, 22% of customers believe that the Department of Wildlife is the agency in New Mexico that manages fish and wildlife populations. Again, this was done before that announcement was made. Urban residents, so we divided, you'll see this throughout the presentation, we've divided our residents into three groups. And we said folks who live in big cities, we gave them the example of Albuquerque, Las Cruces, and Santa Fe, folks who live in smaller cities, and then folks who live in rural areas. It's our urban residents, particularly our big city residents, who are most likely to identify the Department of Wildlife as primarily responsible as opposed to the Game and Fish. So this is an opportunity for us to do more education in those urban areas about Game and Fish, or in the future Department of Wildlife, and what we do. We asked our non-customers too, do they try to keep up to date on conservation issues? And what you see, vast majority agree. There are a lot who say they neither agree nor disagree. We throw those out. We look at just the agrees and the disagrees. So the agrees almost twice. So these are folks who are, again, not engaged in hunting and angling, but want to keep or claim to keep up to date on conservation issues. And this is, the trend follows it, into those kind of areas as well. So that's true even in the big city, where you've got 61% of people saying they like to keep up to date on conservation issues. We asked this question, the government in New Mexico does enough to protect endangered and threatened species, asked them if they agree or disagree, and strongly, on a scale of 1 to 5. And overall, they're split. So about a third of people disagree that the state does enough to protect endangered and threatened species. About a third of people neither agree nor disagree, and about a third of people agree. So really evenly split there. What was interesting is that, males are more likely to agree that the state is doing enough, while females are more likely to remain neutral. And so we started to see some splits when we broke that out in gender. We also asked them, are they willing to contribute to endangered species conservation? So again, these are non-customers, so they're not currently purchasing hunting or angling licenses. They may be purchasing license plates or contributing through other causes, but they're not engaged with us. They're not identified as a customer. So 78% of the total sample answered often, meaning that they would like to contribute. They often, sometimes, or would like to contribute to conservation causes. I think it's really interesting because it's a massive pool of people in the state who would like to contribute more to these causes, but aren't necessarily doing so through us. So when we talk about things like generating revenue, this highlights an opportunity for us. We also wanted to understand how much what we call kind of detraction there is around hunting and fishing. How many people believe that hunting and fishing should not be allowed? And so we asked people, when it comes to hunting and fishing, are you passionate about doing it? Do you like to do it sometimes? Do you don't now, but you want to try? Then you'll see this kind of big bar on the right side. It's not for me, but it's okay if others do. And then all the way on the right side, you'll see the shouldn't be allowed. Unsurprisingly, there is a percentage of customers that do not think hunting should be allowed at all. It's about 20%. More importantly, though, 50% of those who don't participate in hunting are okay if others do. So they're accepting of that. So I think historically, at least from what I've heard, in the 2 years we've been working with the department, is, we get a little concerned in our information and education efforts of upsetting this group. It's a relatively small group, and there's a much larger percentage of the population that's permissive of those activities. when we broke that down, that tolerance of hunting and angling, this was probably the most surprising finding, is that female respondents are significantly more tolerant or accepting of hunting, with only 16% of females who think it should not be allowed. Males were actually a lot more likely, or at least over females to, that proportion of folks who think hunting should not be allowed, more prevalent on the male side. And then predictably, in the department's constituents in bigger cities still represent the largest pool of hunting detractors. So if you live in a big city, you're more likely to not want hunting to be allowed. I should note that very few people don't think fishing should be allowed. So now we'll talk specifically about our customers. This was also, I think, is surprising and should be a pat on the back to the department and the commission overall. Our customers are largely satisfied with the department. So compared to that kind of even split that we saw with non-customers, where it was kind of, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, this is more of a 2.2 to 1, right? So 2.2 customers are satisfied for every one that's dissatisfied with the department. When we asked customers the question about how are their view of, is the government doing enough to protect endangered and threatened species, the majority of respondents agree that the state does enough. So you remember, again, in the non-customers, it wasn't as clear there. But with customers, they actually believe that we are doing enough there. So 57% strongly or somewhat agree that the government is protecting wildlife. And when we get into their actual product satisfaction, so their satisfaction with their hunting and fishing in New Mexico in the past 4 years, 71% of anglers are satisfied with their New Mexico angling. Only 47% of hunters are satisfied with their hunting in the state. And again, we talk about this research. Hopefully you'll see now that this is why we want to repeat this year over year, because we'd like to see that satisfaction number increase. Come back to you in a future commission meeting and show you, hey, this is increased by 3 or 4 percentage points over time. We gave a list of about 8 or 9 issues for folks to say what were most important or least important to their satisfaction in hunting. We also asked them, what are their future hunting intentions in New Mexico? So again, are they planning to hunt less? Are they planning to hunt about the same amount? Or are they planning to hunt more next year? No surprise, participation is going to increase here, just like camping and day hiking and bird watching, right? 97% of the respondents are saying that they plan to hunt at least the same amount or more. When we asked about what are the issues that are going to be important to increasing their satisfaction, obviously, enough species available is at the top of the list. That makes sense. Etiquette of others was something that popped up here as well. And then access issues, access to huntable areas was another top driver of their satisfaction. Similar structure for anglers. So we asked them, are they going to increase fishing or decrease fishing next year, or about the same? 63% plan to increase the amount of angling they do next year, either by a lot or a little more. Anglers are most concerned with access, water quality, and species availability. So you'll see like etiquette did not come up in the fishing side. The things that were least important to anglers, so these are the things that were least important in driving their satisfaction, are the cost of participation. So this is important relative to the conversation you all just had about fees. So cost is not a driver of their satisfaction. And social dynamics, so the etiquette of others, those types of things were not as important for the angling side. We also wanted to understand where we should place priorities and how we communicate with customers. So we asked customers, what are the most important channels to them in terms of interacting with the department? Email came up as the top way that they want to interact with the department, as well as the website. Perhaps no surprise there. Printed documents, including that's why we have the picture here of the rule and information booklet, remain important to them. After that, it falls off a bit. So social media, things like neighborhood, what we characterize as neighborhood apps like Nextdoor, were not important to them. And phone calls, small percentage, felt that was important to them. So this would be important in terms of where we invest and how we invest in communication channels, helping us guide that. This will be the least biggest chunk of this. We asked specifically about the draw and their satisfaction with the draw. 64% of draw participants are at least somewhat dissatisfied. So this will be an important metric to track over time if draw mechanisms change. But this was not a huge surprise. I think the surprise was that there was some that were satisfied. I will say we've got a lot of data. It's about an 80-page report, so we've just kind of pulled some excerpts for you here. The main driver in their dissatisfaction with the draw is, of course, not drawing. So those folks who draw are much more likely to be satisfied than those folks who did not. So that is what we wanted to present today. I'll say as we deploy this next wave, we want to track the changes again in all of these metrics. So the next time that you see these sets of data, we'll be able to show you how they have moved either up or down in each of those categories. And we really want to focus on kind of these three key areas, right? So what are these non-customers' awareness and attitudes towards the agency? Do they think we're doing enough on our core missions? Or are they aware that we're even doing it? What is the activity growth and what are those customer, non-customer activity overlaps? So we talk about things like camping that are really popular with both non-customers and customers. Those present opportunities us for engage with communities, potentially get more people hunting or fishing, right? Engaging that kind of portion of the population that said, well, I might like to do it, but I haven't tried it. And then general just customer satisfaction overall and by product. We also have the customer satisfaction down to the species hunted, the type of fish species that they were out fishing for. So we've got some granularity down on that level as well, so we can track, how that satisfaction is trending over time. And that's all we have prepared today. I would love to take some questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Commission.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions from anybody? Commissioner Lopez.
Mr. Chair and Sir Howard, thank you for this presentation. I do have a question. How was this survey conducted? Was it email? How are the people selected? Just some real small.
It's a good question, Mr. Lopez. Yeah, so on the non-customer side, we use our vendor Qualtrics does recruitment. So they use digital ads and social ads for that recruitment. Then the respondents are then pushed to a custom survey that we designed, hosted on a web page. For customers, they were recruited through an email. Both sets of respondents received incentives. So for the non-customers, that vendor manages the incentives. It's typically a gift card, so a $5 or $10 gift card, and that's included in the price of the survey. And they can redeem that at different retailers. For our customer side, through our partnership, Tristiana has a strong partnership with Onyx. We offer the customers a free month of Onyx at no cost to the department. Thank you, Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Hickey.
Commissioner Chair and Commissioners, I do have a couple of comments, but most of my questions are going to be directed at Director Sloan. And I thank you very much for your presentation and the survey, the performance that you did. It's excellent. It's very good. It's the first time that I've seen something like that since I've been on the commission. So you guys, thank you.
Thank you.
So that said, on the why of this research, you indicated in your slide two things. You can go back to the slides if you want, it doesn't matter, but it was one of the first ones on the why. Measure the impact and opportunities beyond the 16% of New Mexicans who are the department's customers. And second, help inform the department's efforts in the new evolved 3C model, which is customers, community, and concerned. My experience with customer surveys, they can be a very useful tool, okay? So long as you're collecting data, you're going to act on the data. It's not going to just fall to the wayside, or maybe it is not falling to the wayside, but you just completely crank out surveys and see how are we improving. But you're not really taking specific action on some of this. So I think that with regard to the why, it would be important for the department to maybe have some other measures or metrics that help with this. I'm not going to go into grand detail here about my other comments or concerns, but I will give an example because what was not surprising in one of the other slides, we saw that the customer, we're not surprised with the non-customer, but with the customer, it's also not a surprise that there is some strong dissatisfaction with hunting. And I think we all know what that's about. And so I think the department, again, it would be helpful to find how the department is going to take certain actions to change and make improvements from these customer surveys the next time we meet. I don't know, for the non-customer, I'm going to make this up. For the non-customer improvement, maybe we want to have more newspaper articles to improve so that they understand what's going on. Okay, conservation, hunting, fishing, whatever. For the customer improvement, how did we improve licensing, tags, and specifically, what did we do? And did that improve the customer satisfaction? That's my reaction to what I heard. And I'm just going to turn that over to Director Sloan. I hope I'm not being too pushy.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I think you hit on a lot of good points. I think that one of the things we wanted to get most out of this survey was, how are we telling our story and to whom? Are we just in an echo chamber, or are we reaching those folks who are strongly advocating for changing our department name and doing more with species of greatest conservation need? So I think this will help us focus on figuring that out and making sure that we do touch those people and get their support. Long term, the goal would be to try and get them to find a way to contribute to conservation in New Mexico. From the hunting perspective, again, that it was done sort of during that period when the draw occurred. So there may be some overinflation of dissatisfaction, maybe not. The bigger issue, I think, is we have, I'll get the numbers wrong, but say 80,000 licenses across big game species that we give out annually, and we have close to 300,000 applicants. So there's going to be somewhere on the order of 220,000 people that don't draw and aren't very happy. I don't know how we fix that without, having more deer, elk, and other big game species to allow for more sustainable harvest. Certainly, we've made efforts over time to diversify and show the variety of hunting opportunities across the state, what people can do with the licenses that they can get. There's been talk over the years about various forms of changing the draw in different ways. I think a lot of those are fraught with long-term issues. A lot of the states around us wish they had our system, in that you have the same chance of drawing every year versus having to put in for, I think, Tristan, if I can use you as an example, you put in for how many years for the kaibab hunt before you were even eligible to maybe draw? 18 years. Yeah. So a lot of those other state systems are really challenging. We don't have the resources to just go over the counter with everything. So that's going to be a hard nut to crack.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan, when do you think the next survey might be?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I think that's a hard question for us to answer. I think we're still really digesting this one here and trying to figure out what do we change and how quickly would we want to see a response before we would go and do another survey that would make sense. But I think there's probably one in the offing, but I don't think it's going to be real soon.
Thank you, Director. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yes. First, I just want to say this is a great survey, really nice presentation, very concise. And it's a great initiative.
undertake. Kind of buried in the data there was the fact that almost a third of all customers are dissatisfied with the department. That's really concerning. I hope that's something we can improve on. But my question is, did you give those dissatisfied customers an opportunity to comment or to explain why they were dissatisfied, and what did you learn from that qualitative part of the survey?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Witt. We did at the end of the survey offer up what we call verbatims. So is there anything else you'd like to tell us? And we got a rich set of data. Actually, a lot more kind of verbose and direct than I think we would have expected. And so we've passed that on to the department, but it was probably at least 200 specific responses, and they have to do with maybe specific units and specific methodologies, but that's been shared with the team as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. Commissioner Peck.
So thank you all for doing the survey. I had the background. I was working with Chief Pittman before he left, and I was able to review your questions, and we did some revisions on the questions. So I think to do you justice on some of it, would you also go a little bit deeper into the methodology? I know the report we had posted prior to this meeting, and it's not included here, and you were asking kind of about the methodology. So you have 450 in one sample and 550 in the other sample, but you took a little more care in that, even in that selection of that. So you want to talk about who, like the stratified sample that was existent or not, or when you got to the end, did you not find you had representation across different segments that you were looking at? So start with that one.
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Peck. Yes, took great care in what we call screening in the process to make sure that we weren't overrepresented with any particular population. So that included by gender, by those geographic areas that we talked about. We excluded people who lived on reservations, given that they have their own game and fish departments, and we didn't want to get any confusion because the non-customers who are taking the survey could not know that they were taking it for game and fish because we wanted to know if they were aware of game and fish. So we would kind of blow the bag if we said they were taking that. So there was great care taken in that. And also just to ensure that when we did kind of a subcut of something that was balanced as well.
Yes.
Is that what you were getting at?
So I would like, I know I visited with Justiana quite a bit about this before this meeting, just because this has been something that's of interest to me. I teach research. I believe in strong research methodology that leads us to good strategic planning. And if we have problems with methodology, we're not going to get the answers we need to make appropriate strategic decisions moving forward. So that's why I took an interest in this, a specific interest in this. In saying that and looking at the findings in detail, I look forward to seeing the greater data set, because that way that we can really see if how that's represented. I think if you go to page 22 of your slides, this might help on one of the questions about dissatisfaction. It's either 22 or 16. Those are two notes I want to take down. So this is the dissatisfied. So why don't you, if you would refresh my memory and the rest, what was the question that was asked specifically for this? Do you remember that?
Yes, Mr. Peck. Yeah, we first asked if they had participated in the draw in 4 years, and if they had, it said I believe it was how satisfied are you with the draw process? I believe the language.
So just a clarification, we could do a whole survey just on the ones that got the draw, because I question now we have a starting point, wonderful foundation. Okay, that's it. But is it the process? Was it the actual process of going online that they didn't like and has a success? Was it the logistics of it, or was it the fact they didn't get the draw? They didn't get what they wanted. We didn't really, I don't think, answer that unless it's in the finite details of the 200 responses that came later. But that's the glory of research. We can get a starting point here, but I'm not sure if we answered specifically what they're dissatisfied about. You know what I'm saying? So that would be something I would want to dig into, because this is starting, but this doesn't tell us where to fix what might be wrong. And if it is, and we know that we don't want to assume in research, but if we know that 800,000, whatever the number was you gave me, 220,000
not drawing,
220,000 that are not drawn, we might assume that's why they're unhappy, but it may be something else, and we don't know that. And that's what additional research would tell us. Why don't you look at 16 real quick? I was gonna make a comment about 16. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what 16 was. Same thing. So I was gonna make the comment about satisfaction. I just know that we don't have, I don't believe, and we're always limited how many questions will the public actually go through and answer. And this survey had we had a lot of spidering going on where they go down different nails. If we want to look at, now that we've confirmed there is the satisfaction, dissatisfaction, we need to do additional research on that. So I think your question, I think they have a lot of data mining to do and strategy to talk about what is the next step to properly assess or to further assess what's happening here. But I do applaud your efforts. I mean, I really applaud when I came in the commission. I wanted to know this kind of information, and this certainly is starting us down that road. So good work. Thank you very much for your time on this too, and Director for doing this. That's all.
Thank you, Director Beck.
Anyone else? Well, I would like to applaud you as well. That's a lot of work doing this. I'm pretty sure why most senators are dissatisfied. And that's not just here, it's all over the West, right? It's a challenge. We have a lot of challenges in that regard. So again, thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll see you the next time.
Yes.
Thank you, Stana.
Thank you, Chairman and the Commission. Pleasure to be here.
Okay, next is a public comment. Yeah, right. I think we'll start with online.
We currently do not have anybody with their hands raised. Sorry, as soon as I said that, we do have one. Aaron, you are allowed to speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your dedication in carrying out your mission of conserving wildlife for future generations. My name is Erin Hunt with Lobos of the Southwest, a collaborative effort of concerned community members, scientists, educators, and conservation organizations working to save the Mexican gray wolf. We have 6,000 supporters and over 1 million digital community members who care about Mexican wolf conservation. I'm speaking on behalf of people all over the world who look to New Mexico to be a leader in science-based wildlife conservation. We thank you for your investments in staff and programs that ensure New Mexico's wild heritage is preserved today, tomorrow, and into the future. Mexican gray wolf Asha, or F2754, showed us exactly what Lobos need to thrive: room to roam and freedom to choose the places they call home. She wandered peacefully and was welcomed on the Valles Caldera National Preserve when she made her historic journey to the Jemez Mountains. She and other wolves like her could be welcomed in suitable habitat in New Mexico again if the Commission and Department take action to give Lobos the freedom to roam the landscapes they and their kin called home for millennia. We call on the Commission to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to remove the unscientific Interstate 40 boundary so Mexican wolves can naturally recolonize northern New Mexico. Federal management entails keeping the population south of Interstate 40, despite peer-reviewed science showing that northern New Mexico and Arizona habitats are essential for recovery. We've heard the concerns of ranchers living with wolves in Catron County, including the concern that Mexican wolf population density is higher in certain areas. One solution to this would be to allow for natural dispersal, including in suitable habitats in northern New Mexico, so the population could more evenly distribute across the landscape. We also asked the Commission and Department to advocate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to resume the release of well-bonded Mexican wolf pairs with their pups from the SAFE program to the wild to increase gene diversity. The captive population retains releases 36% more gene diversity than the wild population. Well-bonded family group releases have demonstrated success. Pup fostering alone will take too long to achieve the desperately needed genetic rescue. Resuming family group releases in new locations, including suitable habitat in northern New Mexico, would also help alleviate the current uneven distribution of Lobos in certain areas. It would allow for additional future opportunities to conduct pup fostering operations in new places instead of being constrained to the same areas where Mexican wolf density is already high. Finally, we encourage you to advocate for a fully funded and fully staffed Mexican wolf recovery program so New Mexico continues to receive resources and support needed to recover Mexican wolves. Recovery will be most successful when done through collaboration between states, tribes, and the federal government. Thank you for considering these actions that could make a real difference for Mexican wolves and the many other native species that benefit from their presence on the landscape, as well as the rural communities where wolves are returning.
Thank you, Aaron Hunt. Is that anybody else on that?
We do have one more, Mr. Chair.
And we have a 3-minute limit on this, right?
3-minute, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Carrie, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Carrie Romero, Executive Director of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. I just wanted to quickly kind of mention the fisheries rule, which of course wasn't on the agenda for today, but in the August meeting, you all will be hearing the subsequent discussion on the fisheries rule. Normally, we have not really engaged much on the fisheries rule, but we have in the past couple of years heard from a lot of the guided fishing industry on changes that they would like to see made to both the management and the 4-year rule cycle. So I recently submitted some comments to the public portal, which I think you all have also seen. And just kind of wanted to give you guys a heads up that we will be making a number of recommendations for the 4-year rule cycle. And this is just kind of a preliminary recommendations that we've made. We might have some additional comments later on, but just wanted to bring it to your attention, and we'll talk more about it in depth at the August meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie Romero. That's it for online, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, guys. How about we start with Dan Roper?
Okay, thank you. Hello again, commissioners. I have a quick comment similar to Carrie's, also about the fisheries rule. This was not something that was really on my radar. I was planning to put much time into, and I've probably answered a phone call every day for the past 2 weeks from people in our community, in the broader angling community, TU members, fishing guides, fly shop owners, interested in sharing ideas with us related to the fisheries rule. So our plan now is to continue soliciting feedback, to see what ideas rise to the top, to take those to the department, to Chief Patton and his team, and then bring those to you. So really, like Carrie said, not on the agenda today, but wanted to keep it on your radar. If you're not hearing much yet, I think you will be, including from us. But we haven't had an opportunity to really distill those ideas down to really what is worthwhile to bring to you. But we'll be doing that work in the coming weeks. And so just wanted to keep that on your radar. I have one other, I guess, comment. A colleague of mine, Doc Thompson, was in the room for most of the morning and he had to leave, asked me just to put a couple things out there for consideration. Doc is a board member of our local chapter. He's also the owner of High Country Angler, an outdoor fishing business that's been based in U Park on the Cimarron since I think about 1995. He's also the director of a local group that connects veterans with fly fishing called Trout Warriors. Doc wanted to share some thoughts with you. He couldn't be here, so I said I would just quickly put a few of those out there. One thing that is a priority for our local chapter has been a mobility impaired fishing project on the Cimarron. To date, the chapter's invested about $10,000 in designs for that project. We'll be going to the department soon and to try to talk about how we can actually get that to implementation. And so that's kind of just over the hill here, and Doc asked me to bring it up today. He also asked me to applaud or encourage, whichever word you want to use, the department to look into forest health work on the Colin Neblett Wildlife Area. I know very little about the status of that. Perhaps the director and others do, but just an encouragement to take a look at that, both from a habitat perspective, but also from a wildfire risk perspective. Related to the fishing rule, the fisheries rule, there is some interest in extending the red chili water designation, the special trout water designation on the Cimarron for about a half-mile upstream on the Cimarron River. I think you can expect that will be one idea that's taken to the commission. Taken to the department for inclusion in the fisheries rule. And then finally, a thank you to the department for their role in a lot of great habitat work that's been done on the Cimarron. I don't fish the Cimarron much, but what I'm hearing is it's fishing very well. when there's enough water in the river. And that's in large part due to the habitat work that's been done. And also an appreciation for the increased enforcement presence on the Cimarron. One of the things we hear a lot about in the fishing community is concern about, I guess that's the signal, is a concern about enforcement and the disparity between enforcing hunting regulations and enforcing fishing regulations. It sounds like people appreciate the extra emphasis on the Cimarron lately. So anyway, channeling Doc's thoughts. He was here for about 5 hours and then had to leave. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan Ripper. Next is Carl Chavez. Carl's not here? You went out? Okay. Thank you. How about Joe Ray? Ray from Hollenbeck Ranch. He left. God, just when they have a chance to do a talk. Jesse DeBell, Executive Director from Wildlife Federation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. First, I'd like to start by extending a very, very warm welcome to our new Commissioner Witt from the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. We are very enthusiastic to have you on the board. We're also very happy to finally have a fully seated commission again. And this was a fantastic meeting, very productive. I appreciate all of you being here. Secondly, thank you so much for scheduling a June meeting in Red River. Can't think of a better place to be on a Friday in June than this particular community here. It's spectacular. And lastly, thank you all for your support of the State Wildlife Action Plan and also the recognition of Assistant Chief Seamster and her great work and the great work of her team. It was really, really wonderful, and all of your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse DeBell. Is Doc Thompson here? Dropping my flies. Bob Nordstrom, not here. Bernard Inez. Oh. Hang on a second. That is. It's Bob. It's Bob Nordstrom.
Chairman, Commissioners, Director, thank you much for this opportunity. I usually don't get up and do this because it's not one of my favorite things. First thing is, I'm one of your customers. The 3 C's. What I'm interested in is finding information from the department. I have been working the last few weeks off and on when it's hot outside on the enhancement funds. It's $23 million that crazy people buy raffle tickets and win auction items. I say crazy people because somebody paid $1.5 million for sheep tag in New Mexico. Anyway, the issue is the website's not up to date. The latest information on sheep, on dollars collected, is fiscal year 2000. The latest data is 2018 for population numbers. We have one herd out there, the Hamus herd, which had 2 fabulous sheep killed out of it this past year. Unbelievable sheep that were taken. And there's nothing on there regarding elk. There's information about each hunt unit, which if anybody's wanting to know which are the good hunt units and which one aren't. Then what comes to it, if you want information, when you call up there, if you talk to some people, they tell you to fill out a Freedom of Information Act request. I'm not the enemy. I want to help you. I know some information regarding sheep and elk because I belong to both organizations. Why do I belong to those organizations? Because they put money back into New Mexico. I've dropped organizations because they don't do anything for wildlife or habitat. My interest is in habitat. I still do a little bit physical work, but my friends and people I work with watch me very closely.
But I'm interested in increasing habitat, improving habitat, because if we increase habitat, we increase carrying capacity. If you increase carrying capacity, there will be more animals out there. If there's more animals out there, we might have more animals to hunt. Right, Stuart? I think I'm looking at information that's dollars available to match to conservation groups. RMEF funded 2 wildlife projects this year for them. I know the sheep have been funding projects here in the state. We're gonna study the impact of wind turbines on elk. Anybody do that before? No. So that's what I'm interested in. I'm looking, I don't need any secret data. I don't think there's any secret data out there that shouldn't be shared, but I'd like to see available. If it's not on the web, I'd like to be able to search for it to find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. How about we move on to Bernard Inez?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director Sloan, Chairman Stump. First of all, for the record, my name is Bernard Inez. I know you guys got a new commissioner on board. Bernard Inez, I'm with the Hickory Apache Nation, Director of the Hickory Game and Fish Department. I do have a packet for you. I'll give it to you. It's just an update of what we have been talking about. So first of all, I would like to, thank you guys for this opportunity. I know I'm limited on time, so I'll just get to the meat and potatoes of this. So we have been meeting. We had the last meeting in southern part of Roswell. Let you guys know what Hickory our concerns are and what our end goal would like to be. Last week I got a letter, a memorandum from sent to me from Mr. Director Sloan, and I have a response to this. I'm just going to go down for time purposes. Okay, so we appreciate the willingness to reduce 2016 November licenses in Unit 2B by 20%. However, it seems our request may have been misinterpreted. For clarification, our former request at the Roswell Game Commission meeting was a 20% reduction to all 2016 rifle licenses in Game Unit 2B, which would result in a total of 345 licenses that will be taken out of November rifle seasons. We feel that this will be most beneficial to our objective of restoring buck age class and abundance. The memorandum received via email from Director Sloan on 6/10/25 states that the reduction was only subject to the 5 rifle hunt codes in November. That is Deer Code 113 to Deer Code 117, which will only remove 175 licenses. We are grateful for this opportunity to work together for the benefit of mule deer, and the 20% reduction to the combined rifle hunt license quota in Game Unit 2B, strategically removed from the 5 November hunt codes, is our desired starting point for a real meaningful conservation measures heading into the next deer cycle. Moving forward, we continue to ask the following from New Mexico Game Commission: adapt quality deer management in 2B in the next deer cycle. That'll be 2017 to 2030. The state commission direct New Mexico Department of Game and Fish staff to work cooperatively with the Hickory Game and Fish Department to develop a management plan for our shared deer resource. Say that again, for our shared deer resource, which will provide a clear path and continuity towards a meaningful solution for both parties. And this will also serve as a meaningful collaboration that could be used in the next mule deer
I think your time is up, Bernard.
Chairman
3
Stumps,
minutes.
since we've
But-
had so much on this and they've come so far,
Absolutely.
can we please grant them at least a little bit of time? Maybe
Yeah, we
5
can.
minutes?
Absolutely. That's why the mic went off those, because your time was up.
Thank you. I do appreciate you guys. So we would appreciate the opportunity to host a special game commission meeting with you all. There at the Hickory Chama Land and Cattle Facility. There in Chama, New Mexico. I think at this time we can clarify the significance of how important deer is to the Hickory Apache Nation culturally and how sacred this animal is to us. At this work session, we would greatly appreciate a presentation from the state's mule deer management plan in an effort to increase our understanding of New Mexico's mule deer management strategy in north central New Mexico. So I guess what I'm saying is I would like to invite you guys, and hopefully you guys will entertain a special meeting and we will host that. The other thing that I got from the last presentation is I would respectfully ask that all tribes, all nations, all pueblos be included on these surveys because we are New Mexico residents. This is our resource also. And I stand before you representing 4,009 tribal members of the Hickory Apache Nation who are New Mexico residents. So I hope you guys consider that. I did bring a packet that you guys have all the information, and I would like that to be accepted as public comment, and it's the same information you guys already have, but I do have one for the new commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Next up is Kyle Tater, who's a wildlife biologist for the Hickory.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see everyone again, Commissioner Stump, Chair Stump, and Commissioners, Director Sloan. It's nice to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you. My name is Kyle Tater. I'm the wildlife biologist for Hickory Apache Nation. I would just like to echo what Director Inez has said is we appreciate what we have come this far with the 20%. That is a wonderful gesture. We do feel like this is a starting point of something much more meaningful to make adjustments, much needed adjustments in Unit 2B. To be frank, I do think that for continuity purposes, it would be very smart that we sit down and start talking about long-term relationships, resolving some of these issues that have created this issue today. So with that, I appreciate your time. Thank you for hosting us in Red River, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Kyle. So I'm going to circle back around to Carl Chavez. Did he come back?
Hi, guys. Hi, my name is Carl Chavez. I'm a taxidermist in central New Mexico. And what I'm coming to you guys with right now, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys right now. As a taxidermist, we see trends. And when we see a trend, we try and speak out what is happening in certain areas of the state. I really liked what the Hickory is trying to do right now. It's like, I know it's a little hard to hear, but trying to manage this herd for quality like it used to be, because we see trends and I see like what had happened in the years that I've been doing taxidermy. I'm seeing less and less and the quality going down and down. Historically, that unit was phenomenal. And I would sure like to see it in its glory days like this. And I think managing the unit for quality is a step in the right direction. So I wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak to you guys right now in regards with other taxidermists that couldn't be here today like this. And we kind of talk and have the same sentiment about what is going on. and we'd like to help out any way we can. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Commissioner Clemente would like to make a comment. He is not here.
I'm just gonna say, Mr. Chavez, thank you for coming. I know him. Actually, believe it or not, I'm a taxidermist as well. And I know Mr. Chavez has been involved in the New Mexico Taxidermy Association for many years. And that's one of the voices that I always wonder why we didn't have, or I haven't heard up to right now. So I thank you for being here today. Really good taxidermist, by the way.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. I think that does it for our public comment. How about commissioner comments? Do we have any commissioners who'd like to bring up anything, talk about anything? Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Chair Stump and Commissioners. District 3 has been pretty quiet since we last met, but I did have the opportunity to go tour the Jicarilla Nation with Director Inez and biologist Tater, and did see all the documented and infrastructure work that they're doing out there for the betterment of wildlife, particularly mule deer. You know, what they're doing, they did a great project involving mahogany where they had a hand crew out there go thin mahogany to make it grow better, which is a strong food source for mule deer. They have drinkers scattered throughout the reservation that are providing, as you know, in that part of Rio County, it's scarce water, and they're feeding or providing water to various types of wildlife with the infrastructure. They have a great staff out there. I was able to actually meet one of their game wardens this past weekend, Cachucha, and got to speak with her a little bit on what all things are going for them. And I believe that the commission should host a joint working session with the tribe in order to, if not have a conversation, but also to look at both sides of the story. And they've been ignored long enough. And it's very concerning what he said, our earlier presenter, that they didn't partake in, and I say all indigenous people in New Mexico for the survey, because they do, although they may have their own wildlife departments, but I think we've coexisted with them before. So I think we should try to have a meeting, and not only just start or end with the Jicarilla Apache Nation, but other nations if they do come forward with their concerns. And I think this would be a good segue to better the department now that we're getting new money, right? License fees are coming in. We're doing customer surveys to improve the department, and also we're going into rulemaking sessions. So it's the perfect storm. Some for choice of better words. So other than that, our officers in the area have been doing great work. I've gotten a lot of compliments or accolades for the work that's being done in the stocking in Region 3. So since Chief Patton's not here, but you know, everybody's excited that either Abiquiu stock, Rio Chama stock, the Dutres Lakes, the Cajinon Lakes, Hopewell, El Vado and Heron. So good job, Director. Please send the accolades down to the staff, and as well as our men and women in gray and black back there. You guys are doing an excellent job throughout the state, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Anyone else? Yeah, yes? Go ahead.
Well, it's been a busy month. As always, I've been interacting with the community. I've been meeting with members of the public, having meetings, phone calls, answering emails, and I apologize if I haven't answered some of the emails from some of the public. I will get there. Another thing that I've done, attending meetings with nonprofit organizations regarding on different issues, whether it is access whether it's management, whether it's different things. So I try to be on part of that all the time. As well, I attend meetings with official members I attended to the meetings with the Hickory Apache Nation as well to talk about mule deer populations. And as well to the WAFWA conference in Utah. I was there as well, which I learned some of the other states' concerns. We're not the only state, and I think it makes me realize we're in better shape than other states. So with that being said, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. Commissioner Peck.
Thank you, Chairman. So just, I don't even know where to begin, but the thoughts of the Hickory we have, I think 4 of us have now met with them since our last commission meeting. And I appreciate the work being done and the consideration of their needs. I do think with the request today of asking for the special meeting, that I hope that we can do that. I know that actually when I met with them yesterday, one of their requests was this meeting, an invitation to come to see the work that they're doing, but to also hear more from what New Mexico Department of Game and Fish does and to work together on a plan together. I think that's the right step forward. And I think that we should support that move to develop a plan, but to also go meet with them and hear from them and us be able to talk as well. So there's other things I've been involved with. Of course, some of my commissioners were at WAFA. I went to the Cattle Growers Association mid-year conference early this month. I've attended, I'm going to attend the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. That's happening tomorrow night here. So that's going to be exciting. I would look forward to that. If I can, I attend some, meetings virtually. I attended the Upland Game Rule public meeting on May 28th. I appreciate the department's decision to hold the meeting in southern New Mexico. That was a request. And so because many of the species are discussed or concentrated there, I found the conversation insightful, particularly concerns raised about Ruidoso RV Park. He talked about tourism and the impact of that. And then the feedback from David Heft. The fishery rules virtual meeting I attended on Monday. Again, thoughtful dialogue. I encourage the continued participation. We're just now seeing the emails come in. Thank you to David Leong, for his specific concerns about regulatory language. I think that'll be good. And Carrie Romero, she also had some really interesting action items that she's going to be presenting. I look forward to our continued work together as we work through the needs of our public, our concerns of our public. And my final thought would be to encourage the members of the public to always reach out to us when they have opinions or concerns, ideas, because your voice matters and we're here to help you. So please continue to reach out. I always try to respond. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peck. Anybody else? Please.
Yeah, I don't want to drag this on or repeat what you guys have already said. I want to second the comments of Commissioner Peck and Commissioner Lopez and Clemente. And I just want to say again, I'm really thankful to be here and I'm impressed with all the great work of the department and all the opinions shared by the commenters. I'm listening carefully. And I just want to say my first impression is optimism for the future. There's a lot of great things ahead. So I'm excited for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. And thank you for everyone for being here. Thank you, the representatives of Hickory for being here. As they pointed out, they were in in Roswell, excuse me. And to make a request of the commission to switch from an opportunity management paradigm to more of a quality management model in Unit 2B for the deer hunts. Commissioner Clemente and I also met with them in Socorro a few weeks after that. The nation, they originally asked us to open the deer roll a year early. The commission doesn't feel that would be appropriate. So, and as you know, the deer roll will open next year, and that will provide opportunity for bigger discussions with all stakeholders regarding this issue, as well as all the other issues and concerns regarding deer. There seems to be quite a bit of support for the Hickory Nation. both from the public and from the political. So that's when we decided to, in the interim, cut back 20% of the deer licenses for Unit 2B for the November deer hunts. And we're looking forward to see how that works and how it goes. And we're going to move forward with all this, and the deer will open, and we'll see how it all comes to play in the end. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just a quick comment. I probably didn't finish my comments earlier. I'm gonna apologize. But I did notice Director Inez stated that there might have been a discrepancy in the requests regarding the response. When the request came in, I thought it was gonna be the number he said. So I don't know, of the 300 and some tags, if the department would be willing to speak with him and have further conversations so we can get this right, and see where we can some type of resolve with a path going forward to see how we can work with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Yeah, that was surprised me too, because when we were in our meeting in Socorro, we agreed with that November hunts. So that I'm surprised by that as well.
But if offline, if the department could speak with or touch base
Mr.
with the tribe to see what further we can do to correct or work on or improve or speak about, and I forgot all the little commas after that.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity for my own sake, when you say that you were surprised by that, you were surprised by the number on the memo, or you were surprised by Mr. Inez's higher number?
The number on the memo.
I was
Was that addressed to me?
Yes.
I was surprised by Director Inez.
That was my understanding when we spoke after your meeting in Socorro, that was the agreed upon number in Socorro. So I too am confused by the confusion.
Yeah. So there we are with that.
Mr. Chair and commissioners, today has been a very wonderful meeting. I can't say thank you enough to everybody who participated, who attended. I thought it was a very good meeting. I struggle with what the commissioners have said in this last round because we have a very special invitation from the Apache Nation, from Director Inez and others. And the Jicarillas, we know the mule deer issue is very sacred to them. Now, Director Sloan, we do not hold special meetings upon every request. We get a lot of requests. Commissioners get invited a lot. We go to different events. But somehow in my heart of heart, I feel that this is something different. This is a nation. I also heard earlier that it would not just be them, but it would be all tribes, all pueblos in the state of New Mexico. And I do see personally a very good opportunity for some definition and some formality, because if there happens to be questions about, wait, did we hear this, or what are the numbers, or there's some kind of confusion, sometimes having a special meeting might be very helpful. That's just my comment. I know on the agenda, it's comments, not necessarily something where we can make a motion and say, can we have a special meeting? I don't know if that's where you were going, but I'm rambling. Sorry, I'm going to go on.
Chairman Stump.
Mr. Peck.
I just want to clarify with Commissioner Salazar-Hickey. I believe what they were talking when they talked about the all tribes was in regard to the survey. not to this meeting, because when I met with them yesterday, this would be a meeting with them but a lot of supporters even outside in this whole region, I would think. That's the way I interpreted that. But still just as special and just as important. And I sense, I think you're really right. This is a unique request that I think that we should honor. So if it's appropriate, I would certainly like to make a motion that we work towards figuring out how to have a special meeting for this and accept this invitation.
I believe that probably most commissioners, and not all, would be open to that meeting. We'd have to have a public notice if we do that. And when is that going to take place? All that kind of thing. So do we need a motion?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan, I'm looking at my calendar. I know that July, we have no meeting. We have a meeting in August, August 15th in Reserve. And then our next meeting is in November, November 7th in Los Alamos. I didn't hear a date that was proposed by the, what were you looking at? September? Were you looking at the summer or at the fall? I know that the department is very busy with the rulemaking, comments. I don't want to impose a burden on them or, yeah, but I'm not sure what the invitation was or the date.
How do you turn this thing on? Okay. So the invitation is an open invitation. I know that there's probably some rules that you guys got to follow when it comes to posting for public notice. So we are open. This is very important to us. So whatever date works for everybody, I will drop what I am doing and I will make it happen. So I am willing to continue conversation, whether it be over phone calls or emails, to where we can figure out a good date that suits us all, and we will be we'll be prepared to host.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and thank you, Director. I think that's very helpful. If you could stay there. Director Sloan, I know that in July, there's an audit. They're kicking off, and that's going to take a lot of work and some time. And then preparing for the Reserve State Game Commission, where we're going to have some rulemaking activity. So now I'm kind of looking at the calendar of September. But again, we're getting into the hunting season. Is that a good time? September?
I don't think I want to do this right now. It's too involved to look at our schedules and try to determine a date now. Why don't we just leave this open for now and we'll figure it out.
Understood.
But Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioners, that said, I think there will be public notice in order to have a special meeting. Correct,
Yes.
Director Sloan?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, Vice Chair, yes, we'll have to notice it like any other meeting.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sloan. I guess that winds it up. Now it's executive session. Can I have a motion?
So move.
Director Sloan, can you assist us with a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I believe a motion to the effect of move to adjourn into executive session closed to the public pursuant to section 10-15-1 H8 NMSA 1978 to discuss property purchases, acquisition, or disposal pursuant to section 10-15-1 H7 NMSA 1978 to discuss attorney-client privilege litigation update and pursuant to 10-15-1 B limited personnel matters.
Is there a second?
I second.
Director Sloan, please call the roll.
I'd like to believe someone said so moved afterward, but who would have said that?
I say so moved. Then whoever seconded can second it.
I second the motion.
Now we can ask for the vote.
Now, can you call the
Vice-
roll, please?
Vice Chair Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente,
Yes.
Commissioner Witt,
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer,
Yes.
Commissioner Pack,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Good.
Chair Stump,
Yes,
motion passes.
we are now adjourned to executive session. This commission had adjourned into executive session closed to the public. During the executive session, the commission discussed only those matters specified in its motion to adjourn, and it took no action as to any matter. Does any commissioner wish to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, commissioners, members of the public, I would like to move to permit the chair to sign an easement granting Next Era Energy Transmission a right-of-way across the Black Hills Wildlife Management Area in Roosevelt County, New Mexico, for purposes of constructing and operating an electric transmission line.
Was there a second?
I second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all for attending and participating in today's meeting. Our next meeting is August 15th in Reserve, New Mexico. We hereby adjourn.